is up, everyone, and welcome to tonight's Skeptic and Ranting. A question atheists can't answer? Dun, dun, dun. That's
No
right.
answers.
No so for you. Where we are watching a video from the channel Brian Holdsworth called Talking About a Question Atheists Can't Answer. So let's jump into the mystery with James W. and myself, Amy Newman, for a good time worth enslaving your neighbor. And I have my props back. Can't really do it when I'm moderating. It'd be very silly if I'm like, hey, you, stop it.
I used to do it anyway.
So that last debate, they were very civil. Because it was a Mormon versus an ex-Mormon. It was just a bloodbath. But you should go check out that after show. It was a fun one.
Sure was.
I know that Aaron Ra has seen that debate because he was in the comment section basically commenting on said bloodbath. Indeed, I'm going to cough.
Daryl knows the
felt
answer.
like the air go all the way in. Now I need a drink back. All right. Voice is back. We are here. One of us is queer. But yes, please don't forget to like, follow, or subscribe on the YouTubes and the Twitches. What is up? Twitch.tv/Amy Newman Skeptic and at youtube.com/Amy Newman. Woohoo! And what is up, chat? In fact, if you hit the subscribe button and the bell icon and all of that shiz, well, then you gain access to the bell icon, which when
you do
hit to all, you get reminders to see our premieres or join our live streams. I have to upload I've done 2 renditions now of the tackling of Bud Light. But the first one that I sent you the first week was pretty good. I had good energy. The second, I think I bombed. I very much bombed. But it's okay.
Oh.
It's got to go back up on there on the horse. Yes, I think I would. There were numerous. It's harder because it was a perfect storm for me in that I could first, I'll blame it on the easy stuff, is that I was with company there that were coming to see me, which you have the added pressure of like, oh God. And yet I've done okay even with that. So that's the easy thing. The other thing is that I hadn't switched yet really to improv. I'm slowly going away from improvisation. It doesn't mean that I have to do crowd work, but a script. And I got really nervous, and so I tried writing everything down, and I didn't have time to memorize it. And so when you try to do memorization and you don't memorize it, well, yeah. That's why I need like my 75-25, my 60-40. It needs to be me practicing the ideas and talking the conversation out and getting what I think is funny, and yet I have to be able to be a little bit more flexible. The moment if someone doesn't laugh, you need to be like, oh, you don't like that? Because then they'll agree with you and they'll laugh, and it's like a thing to get them back. But I'm learning how to do that. However, getting thrown off the saddle is part of being on the saddle. Though I have a good video. I let the other part is I put my best jokes in this one thing. But I didn't feel like I covered all the topics that I wanted to. And so when I tried to talk about new topics or bring it up, I think half the crowd was like, we weren't here last week. What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, Rachel's got some advice for you.
It's got to be yourself and relax. That's true. Well, that's the other thing. That's harder to do in memorization. And so I think if I was chilling, what I should have done in my gut, I knew that the bit wasn't good to go up before. And because I was just trying, I was like, I could do it in my head. I should have just picked 3 topics from my list like I've done in the comedy classes and the improv classes and everything. And then you riff. And what I've found is you actually find that you get a lot of gold. You at least get stuff and you get reactions and you can work.
See what works.
That.
Yeah.
Yes. Nonetheless, like I said, the first time I got really good reactions. So I'll be uploading number 2, not just the one that's already been uploaded, but number 2. Another one. And then I will be seeing if I can go up this week, next week. Nonetheless, saying love. What are we talking about? The bell icon. Duh. So we can say hi to everyone. Special bell allows us to say hi to everyone if you join our live stream. Like we were saying, what's up, Rachel? Yeah. And what is up? God equals the square root of -1. And Ian Davenport and Big Bad Mama. We're going over the praise thing. I can't. It is a thing that's stuck. Just because I know it is something that doesn't drive you crazy, and yet I know that it's something that would drive just like a heterosexual Christian male, like just so crazy. It's like Mr. Batman, who has been in the news lately, unfortunately. Go check out Tom Rabbit. When we were going back and forth once, and he was like, sir. And to me...
Then they say she's Atheist Junior. They say she's Praise or Atheist Junior.
That's right. Praise or Atheist Junior.
Because she does content on Ken Oven, so she...
No, that makes sense. I feel like, what if all 3 are the same person?
Yeah, you never know.
It's making sense.
Atheist Junior is Praise, and
AJ's amazing though. We're sending love to AJ. You should be.
I'm sure, Pat. With your help, let's make it a dumpster fire. Come on.
That's right, baby. Is it gonna be another dumpster fire? We will find out tonight because, see, James and I have, I think, very differing opinions. Maybe I just hear it out one lens.
Put Amy in the hot seat tonight.
But like, James views this as a video as like a take on subjective morality. I view this as a video as another attempt by Christians to defend slavery. And so, potato.
Yeah.
We will find out tonight.
He's trying to pick something that is so hard to defend morality wise, and try to say you can't condemn it from a purely objective point of view, and he's right. So then, but some atheists, they still want to say that they have an objective moral system. I don't know.
I get it, because I would say that we should not own slaves, and there was never a time in history that we should have owned slaves. That doesn't mean that there could be a situation in which it overrides all of the data that we have. Like, we can create crazy scenarios. Just be a slave, or I will kill everyone in this household now.
The data that we have, that it was practiced nearly universally, and almost nobody saw any type of moral dilemma or problem with it. It was just viewed as it is what it is. It's a fact. It's a fact of life. Maybe sometimes unfortunate fact of reality, but it was viewed as kind of just this necessary component of reality. Now we know that it's not, but would they have had a way of knowing that? I don't know. Probably not.
See, but when you say it was a necessary component, I think that back then it was just people with the mightiest swords were able to make those claims with whichever had the technology of the time. But that doesn't mean that it was right. It just means that it was might.
Right based on what, or wrong based on what?
I would say based on agency. I know we start to get into well-being. Well-being is kind of, it falls under my 2-word thing, so I've been trying to whittle that down to something like agency, because it is about conscious creatures. That's what we're talking about when we're talking about morality. And so I think there are some things that we can make declarative, as in you shouldn't own slaves. And then I think there's going to be harder moral judgments, how harshly should we punish someone who stole a loaf of bread? And then everything in between.
Seems like a lot of subjectivity in there. But just me.
Well, I will say, as I am, I don't know, I have enough preamble. I'm a situationalist. And so yes. I do believe that morality has both objective and subjective qualities. I think that's the nature of being a conscious creature. But just because I think that it has subjective qualities doesn't mean that I think that anything is up in the air. Everything is just someone's opinion, and it's just a grab bag of whatever. Like, I don't think, like, on a probability scale, there's never going to be like a good time to go around randomly stabbing people in the eye. And once again, we could think of absolutely crazy scenarios where that is the one moral thing. But just because there's the one extreme crazy scenario doesn't mean that we should seemingly ignore that it isn't good for society and humans and conscious creatures to go around stabbing people in the eye.
That's why we make it illegal. Even though you could possibly maybe come up with some kind of crazy batshit scenario where it would be okay, where people might think it would be moral. And we still just go ahead and make it illegal because in the overwhelming majority of cases, it's going to be bad.
Yes, and I think, legality doesn't make it right or true. However, I do think when we have something corresponding more to a truth, I think when it's a legal thing, that helps promote it in society. For example, I think it's evil to murder. However, the fact that it's illegal to murder as well may keep people who disagree with me at bay, if that makes sense.
But you might look at a situation that is legally not considered murder, and you might consider it murder, and then somebody else could do the same thing. It's,
I guess. Well, it's kind of, is it someone in self-defense? Were you being attacked and then you were forced? And that's why it's called situational, because it is about. I also get a lot of flack for this, even though I believe that it is the actual objective. I also think that the creationists, every time they hear this, they go survival of the fittest. The objective part to me starts with the hierarchy in biology. Often a brain, and then a mind, and then conscious creatures. And then the more sophisticated it gets, the more I often get, well, if your anchor is biology, well, then rape and murder and cannibalism, these are all biological, these are all natural. Well, being natural doesn't make something good. And just because these things happen in life doesn't mean that we should be promoting them in our society.
I'm hearing words like good and should. Yeah, I hear lots of subjective words when people talk about it. I don't know.
Sure, we could talk
things
about
that are based on opinions and things.
Certain things are going to be based on opinions, but But I don't think you're ever going to find an example where a moral question doesn't have a base in biology and then all the way down. I don't think you're like, I almost offer that as a phylogeny challenge. Offer me a moral question that has no base in biology. I would expand it to biological organisms and conscious creatures.
You could say because we're biological organisms, so maybe you might never be able to get away from that just because of our nature. But
sure, but that's what I think morality deals with. I think that's why it's the base. Why, if you were to if no humans were to exist or one human were to exist, you would not have morality. Morality only comes into play as, from my view, like a cooperative or zero sum. And let's not. I guess we'll get to shout outs, then we'll get into the we'll get to the opinion I at least know opposite from mine. I don't think you agree with him. I think you're just trying to his one point, because spoiler alert, he doesn't believe in subjective morality, even though they believe in
the subjective morality of their god, like whatever he says is good, and they just call that objective, but it's still subjective. It's based on the opinion of the people who made him up, which is actually a conglomeration of people kind of making him up by committee.
I view it as the worst.
Became they.
Oh, no, go. I'm sorry.
No, he became they with the Trinity, and so their morality, his morality, they're still one, but they're kind of not just one. They're kind of three, but while still being one, but while also at the same time being three separate, distinct beings as one being, not as three.
I only have one other example.
You know what I mean? You know what we mean, Amy. You.
Oh, James, I do. I only have one other example of that happening in real life. And that is a threesome. When three things become one. Beyond that, though, I'm not sure.
But there's still three. They still are three separate, distinct things, you see.
We also hope it's not the God, the Father, and the Son having a threesome, because if that's happening, that would be, whatever you're into, legal and consenting. I guess.
What were the two the British twins in the mafia who were gay, but it was at a time when it was unacceptable to be gay, so they only had sex with each other.
That just makes me hope that Al Capone...
Which is like having sex with yourself, I guess. You're having sex with your twin.
Listen,
I guess that's supposed to
James,
yourself.
Have you ever been into twincest? It happens.
I have never heard of it, but I'll take your word for it.
Sponsored by Nabisco. I feel like this is... Anyway, sending love out there to everyone. I see Pat, lovely Pat and Ember.
Hey, Pat.
And so many lovely people. What's up, Wesley? What is up, Michael Smith and Goth people. And Church of Robot and Big Screen Bird and P-Town and Fair and Salis and You Are Victoria. What is up, y'all? Sinister Porpoise and UC Love. If I missed you, keep on saying hi. James, have you been told I may have ADD?
I've heard that before.
Once or twice.
Yeah.
And with that, we'll keep on sending love, but we got to give our very quick shout out, sponsors by all of the love out there that gives us love. All of the super chats, which are a great way to help support the channel, and we'll show them up on screen and have fun, and eventually I dance because I kind of like to dance. Rachel's really a dancer. I like to sing, but I just kind of like to get my groove on.
Sing, well,
I should say I'm not good at dancing. I dance anyway.
The gangster, there were Ronnie and Reggie Cray, the gay gangsters in London who had sex with themselves. One of them was gay. I think the other was bi, but yeah.
It happens.
Anyway, I imagine.
Listen.
So.
As someone
Kentucky
who is
atheist.
a Kentucky, woohoo! I was getting in an argument with someone called the Romanian theist, and now we have the Kentucky atheist.
Kind of like the Muslim apologist.
Reminds me of Seinfeld. Let me tell you, as someone growing up, being raised in the 90s, all right, with the last name Newman, it's all I had shouted at me. And I had never watched Seinfeld. I'm like, how do all these people know Newman? I'm like, oh, okay. How you doing? It's a funny show, though. It's really not a show about nothing. I'm not the first to observe this. It's a show about him being angry. Just very, very angry. You can use that in your toolkit. I use that in my comedic toolkit. The only thing better than anger is embarrassment. People love that. It's hard to talk about your true self and all the things, mess ups and things like that. Yet people kind of are drawn to that.
It's very, very drawn. Very drawn.
Because you're being yourself. Ellen might be your kindled heart. She always liked to dance. Oh my. That's true. See, I'm not even getting tipped, but just because you said Ellen, she had like.
All right, do it. There you go.
Got that. But no, hopefully I'm not like Ellen. Hopefully I really am. This is the true me. This is what happens when you try to be like the nice, I don't know, person all the time. I mean, I guess it's kind of my shtick. I like to think, hold on, let me pat myself in the back. Sometimes, but James knows and other people know, I can be mean. I called someone a coward multiple times on T-Jump stream. That was it. And he was. The presuppositionalists, for the most part, are cowards. And he would not answer questions. I think it was J. Robin, but his name was Gregory. I guess his name was Greg. I should say his name was Gregory, but I think it was J. Robin. Because he was the exact same, like, Darth script down to the I will not only not will he answer questions, but the exact same. Oh, just hold on. Just one more. Just hold on.
Well, I'm almost done with this.
I'm almost done. And never happens. In fact, every time that I got through his questions, he would start a new question with someone else. And when I would try to bring up, like, hey, you didn't answer any things I said, he'd be like, excuse me, we're having a conversation with this person now. Which I love the panel. First of all, T-Jump, Ix, as well as just Randolph and Taco out there, and Peter and everyone. They are amazing, as well as all the people. There was some ape guy on there. He was good, and there was a lot of good atheists on there. But my goodness, I don't know what it is about presuppositionalists that just makes people assholes. I don't know what it is.
I think it's that assholes are drawn to that line of argumentation that just basically fuck you. It's like that some sovereign citizen type, like the laws of logic don't apply to me. I can just assume it because I can. And if you don't like it, suck it. Just assume God. Fuck you. You don't like it? Too bad. Fuck you. I get to just assume it because I do.
Well, it's a how should I say this? A botched version of the Socratic method. I know I can't help. I see that. Listen, on sale now. You can tell how much hand-eye coordination by just the dances I do. Oh, James, let me tell you, it's in there, a method that'll never fall down. Yes, it is like a view. No, I don't know what it is about that makes them. I just have not met a nice presuppositionalist. In fact, I've only met one, and it's because he's crazy. I'll take that back. I've only met one. It's Ultimated. Ultimated, technically, is a presuppositionalist, but he is so far out there that he is literally having sex with God.
Or so at least. You're on your way to hell, sir.
But Batman's an asshole, Mr. Batman.
You're on your way to hell, sir.
I'm sorry. We should be talking about his father. I don't want to just insult Batman. who's out there doing good work day in, day out in Gotham City. But Mr. Batman apparently is drunk and yelling people
You
on
can't
the
tell me
lawn
he didn't
about
like
Jesus.
target that like he found that lesbian couple and he's like, I'm gonna go here and harass them every day until they crack, until they, you know.
All right, I'm just gonna put
them
out there, when you target someone like that and you are a closet homosexual, it makes me think
homosexual, like you can see the flames coming out of the closet door, barely under control.
Because it's not just the Southern accent. Just talking about, we every once in a while, there's people that just talk about voices randomly. He's got a little bit of a twang. It's okay. You can come by anytime. You can bring
I don't have a Grindr profile, sir. I am not on Grindr, sir.
I'm doing the Lord's work. I'm doing His glory. I find holes and I put glory in them. I bet you do.
I did go to Jesse Lee Peterson's men's house. I did.
Mr. Batman, that's right. You need to do a man's job. James, why are there so many closeted apologists? Like, I think Matt Powell. I'm trying to think. All of them. There's just so many. Oh my goodness!
I showed you the one lady who you get ads for this on YouTube for, like, she does like this porn abstinence program for people addicted to porn, and she has a video on her site like, I have pastors who are clients of me, and I have I help pastors with their porn and their prostitution addictions.
Sure. And exactly. You know how she does it? Face down, ass up, baby.
That's one way to do it.
One way to do it. We're just kidding. We respect all sexual choices, pastors. No matter when, men, women, pastors. They are. It's just.
But that's a woman, Amy. That's a woman. She can't do a man's job.
You do a man's job.
What does she know about? What does she know about a dick?
But it really does just go back to my two groups. We keep on going. I can't help myself. We keep on going to tangents, but it really is. It's either they are religious or in the closet, or both. Like, horribly religious. So religious that the D just looks so good, James. Like, you have no idea. It's not that they normally like it. It's just that they don't normally... Oh, it's just not, like, right in front of them and juicy and super heterosexual. What are we talking about? Anyway, let's send love out to our Patreons.
We're talking about being super straight, these super straight pastors.
Did you notice how that ended as a phase? I love reactionary.
It was a joke. I mean, it was a joke. It was never really intended to be serious. Yeah.
That lasted as long as me having an I in my name instead of a Y. We all do it. It's okay. We all have stages in our lives. We gotta want to feel different. But yeah. But it turns out
lasted about as long as you do when you're like 14.
Super straight. James, you're so straight that you come around again.
It's true.
Sending love, Michael Smith. Oh, I will say, I do have a twisted sense of humor. I like to think I have puppies and kittens on one side, but then, yes, there's also... I'm trying to think of an example of something funny that would also be horrible, but slapstick humor, ladies and gentlemen, as much as we don't like to admit that it's a little bit funny. What's up, Church of Robots and Aaron Reese? And if I didn't say hi to you, we keep on saying, what's up, James Wolfe? All right, speaking of James Wolfe, he can get us started, because we get, speaking of which, we have many channel members, our evolving badge system. I want to thank all of our channel members for being out there and getting our evolving badge system and, well, triggering creationists, because apparently anything that evolves, it makes them really sad. I have a guy
stellar
on
evolution. We got all these elements. How did they evolve? We got.
I don't understand that
planetary
tactic,
evolution,
because you would think he's going, well, you have to be an expert in biology and an expert in physics and an expert in whatever.
Cosmology, astronomy.
But I mean, first of all, he's not an expert in any of those things. And second of all, they're all well-known things that can be demonstrated in middle school physics at this point.
No one's ever seen a star form. We see one blow up sometimes, but we've never seen a star form.
But we see
like no. They'll tell you stories. That's storytelling there, Amy. That this is in this stage,
I know, they love
that stage. This is storytelling.
Thank you so much, Aubrey. Sent in love. And also, I try not to punch down. We talk about that a lot. I know a lot of comedians. Punching up is, I believe, what roasting is. Roasting is kind of when you say something mean and nice at this. Look at this guy over here. He thinks he's David Hasselhoff. Well, David Hasselhoff is pretty, and so at least he was. And so, but I like to think we send punches. That is, we're nice to everybody, but we don't take shit from creationists, because they are con artists and scam artists. The young Earth variety, very specifically. People who think the world is 6,000 years old.
It's like that video of David. What was that video of David Hasselhoff when he fell drunk and he fell on his Wendy's burger, and he's sitting there trying to put all the pieces drunk on the floor, trying to eat his Wendy's burger at 3 a.m.
That also is going to sound me at 3 a.m.
Creationists doing science,
That is like creationists doing science, absolutely. Well, them doing science is just denying science. They don't offer
coming up with excuses, workarounds,
models, frameworks of facts.
It's apologetics. They're apologizing for the fact that they don't have any actual evidence or data for their claims. That's why you need faith.
That's right. You need
faith.
We
could show you the data and evidence. You wouldn't need faith. Then you just believe reality. But God doesn't like that. He doesn't like that. He wants you to have to choose to believe anyway, even though you don't have any evidence.
I just want you to know that you're hungry when you're staring in chat and you see Ken Ham, and you're now thinking of ham. Oh, it's like when I think of Ray Comfort and I imagine a banana slowly going up my... Anyway, we have many great ways to celebrate and support the channel, or just have some fun and get some extra love. Channel membership, super chats, as well as Patreon. Sending love to our Patreon. I think I'm going to honus the Patreon, because there's these bigger tiers and all this. I think I'm going to gear towards the $5 to $25 range. Well, the $1, so the $1 to $25. I'm shrinking and exclusivizing, and then we're doing our exclusive Patreon stream if not this week, then the weekend, this upcoming, before this month. I'm looking at...
We're doing it, damn it.
31. We're doing it. It's just a Patreon only stream, and if there is just one or two people, or even just no one, we'll just do it to that, because we'll
do it anyway.
It's one of the best ways to help support the channel, and it gets around all the rigmarole of all of the the Twitches and the YouTubes, and did you say the right thing or not? Even though YouTube defends us, I always have to say, I will continue to say that. Like, they're actually not that bad as long as you spread information and not misinformation. Everyone always does these plugs that are like, it really does gut me to say this right after I plug the thing. I can't help it. I can only be honest. I don't know what to say. Spread information, not misinformation. Maybe you won't have like flat Earth under your thing with a link to Wikipedia at the end of your YouTube thing. Anyway, here's my picture. It is. They get pissed. They do like whole things. Like whole videos about, why the man is holding them down because they did like a Jesus once to like shoot up all the gays. They're like, silly, Amy, that's Muhammad. We don't shoot them up anymore. We just angrily hate them in a passive-aggressive manner to which we try to fight against their laws and don't want it to be culturally accepted.
Oh, yeah, I mean, we're not going to kill them. They should be just like second-class citizens, castigated.
Exactly.
Outcasts of society, shunned.
It should just be disgusting and not accepted.
Yeah. Maybe they should have to wear like funny hats or something, or I don't know.
Stars or something. We'll figure out something.
Yeah, stars. Well, I mean, yeah, kind of. A shirt that says "I'm a degenerate," or
which once again,
kids stay away from me. No kid can come within 30 feet of me because I'm a danger to children.
Nonetheless, who is it that they seem to want to target? It's like one age group. They're like, give me the boy, I'll give you the man. Oh, that's right, religion. Religion very specifically has two ways. Okay, I'll give you three ways. I'll give you the one clean way, which comes from ignorance. So I'm kind of cutting that off. But the sword, you have being birthed into it and then, actually choosing because you got converted into this cult. But they want children is the short and hard. What's up, 9 Dude? What is up, everyone? Sending love. I see Davenport out there. I see. Oh, my goodness. Speaking of which. Hold on. I have to do it like this now. I can't not see the meme in my... Are you a Futurama fan, James?
Negative.
Can't say you are. That's okay. Take my money, damn it. I can't do. I do a fry. Take my money, damn it. Closer, but still not there. He's got a little bit of he's got a little bit of a sad, but then he can always go back up to being high into him. I'm overanalyzing at this point. Anyway, take my money, damn it. Oh, James, all we really want in life is best friends and a partner. And if that partner is a big-tittied robot that has one eye, I just crossed streams, a big-tittied robot. A one-eyed cyclops with big tits. I feel like that should be the love of our lives.
What is it? There's people who wrote a book that, like a future prediction that, like, within 100 years, virtually nobody will have, like, real human partners. Everybody will just be having sex with robots.
I think there's always going to be the need for humans, even not only in love, but in many areas. We're going to need like creativity and stuff. It's just that manual labor is probably going to disappear. And I'm not sure how we are going to handle that because there's many good jobs that structure around that. I'm not saying whether it's good or bad. I'm saying what's going to happen. Yeah. Boo-doop, boop, ba-doop, boop. Anyway, sending so much love, Aaron. Woo, love, love, love. And a big $10 super chat. A big $10 super sticker. Who Ian Davenport is going. Thanks, number one fan. Do. This is my dance. It's the only dance I know of. Do.
I'm sure you can think of another one.
Wait a minute, hold on. Hey, Macarena. James, I'm dating myself now.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you so very much, Ian Davenport. And yeah, I think
Dance like you're on the wing of a plane.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah,
Here we go.
do it.
It just makes me want to play Forest, which is about a survival game where you survive a plane crash and then you live in like the middle of a forest, as it sounds like. Of course, there are mutants. You know that always happens when you're at you're in a jungle or whatever. But stuff happens anyway. Go check out video games. Video games. I still am meaning to do. Oh, the Minecraft stuff and all.
Remember the Matt Dillahunty debate when the guy said, "Oh, we're all going to be living in like these little pods with video games and Marvel movies."
Oh my
and
God,
porn
that
to
Muslim
keep us all satiated and
the...
drugs and the Muslim debate with Matt Dillahunty. And Matt Dillahunty's like, "Wait a minute, like." Drugs, movies, video games, porn.
The pod
what's the problem here? Why is this a problem? Are you mad because people would like that better than praying to Allah 5 times a day?
No, they just think that when you say the word Matrix, it gets super scary. That is, I imagine.
Well, maybe.
But thank you so very much, Ian Davenport, and let's send love to Chris Disciple, sending so much love as he reminds us that we have theists, creationists, skeptics on the channel. Just need to have a little doubt. Please just don't be 110% convinced of really anything. Even that statement. But yes, sending love to theists, atheists, our brothers and sisters, Skeptic and Ranting community, sending love to Dale Pastel. Thank you so much, Dale. We look for a little bit. We'd like a lot. You'd think a God that could be everywhere all at once. Because they always give us that. They're like, who are you? James, who are you to want to test God? He's supposed to be testing you.
Yeah.
Anyway, so much love.
Okay, so because God came to the Apostle Paul, you think that you're entitled to that same because he did it for one guy, for the Apostle Paul, that you
James,
get
what is he, a magician?
Thing, and you could just demand that of God.
Yes. I mean, what don't they get about omnipotence and omnipresence? What does he have somewhere to be? Does it really burn him out?
Is it a lot of work for him? Is it too hard for him? Is it?
He's got to get his steps in so that he can do yoga to work up for it.
I mean,
Apparently.
listen, Amy, there are parents pleading with this God right now to cure their children, and God is dutifully ignoring their pleas. He's saying, no, I know, but no, I'm sorry. We decided that they're not going to be healed. I'm sorry. You can keep praying as much as you want. They're still not going to get better. Sucks to be them, but it was decided. It's part of our plan. And
what did God do, basically? It was just like, hey, I'm sorry. I'm playing a small little violin. It's okay. Cancer.
They're 5 years old. Yeah, what did they do? They didn't do nothing. They were born. And they were born with original sin because somebody ate from the wrong tree 5,000 years ago. So, hey.
And actually, even though I know that they have like uncurable cancer that is wrecking their body, I do have to point out that 2,000 years ago, there was a Jewish man who was held up and held on a little device like this. Now, those were terrible devices, but it is always odd how they try and make him. They're always like, well, was his suffering? How could it have been any less than the thief and all this? So they try and make the thief sound shitty, and then I think the other guy repented or some shit. But
the two thieves, yeah, one of them liked Jesus, the other one didn't. So.
Tough critics, tough house.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little odd because there are people that got crucified. I pointed out there have been Islamic fundamentalist groups that have crucified children upside down. It's just this is a happy podcast, James. This is now your time to think about the color yellow. The color yellow, warm. Anyway, thank you so much. Continuing on, davegar. The world is round. If you please, I know the only reason that we have to talk about this is because we're on the internet. Like, no one outside the internet talks about this because they're too embarrassed. I assume. Actually, that's not good. That's half true. Because at a dojo, I met the son. The son really wanted to debate me on flat Earth. He was a Christian flat earther. James, what is it about flat eartherism and theism, though? That's a interesting correlation.
It certainly is. We should probably examine that at some point.
Anyway, davegar, sending love to James Wolfe. We saw him out there. He's amazing. We howl at the moon because we like late night podcasts. It's kind of, well, it is late night. Oh, and we're all over the world. Also, sending love to the places like Australia and New Zealand that do not exist, because very specifically on a flat Earth, I mean, they're just NASA agents. If you think about it.
Aren't we all? Aren't we all, though?
Aren't we all? Aren't we all? In our hearts. As well as Rachel Holen, the amazing, fabulous, and wonderful, reminding us that why would you biblically take slaves from the nations around you when you could get consent and tie a femboy to your bed? I feel like that's the wiser choice. Do. And the two last, but certainly not least, we're sending love to Regos to see you rise this week of Skeptic Bible Study. We're just talking about Joshua. Things are always, it's either exposition or they're just killing everybody. I don't understand why it's called the good book. It has to get way better in the New Testament, right, James? Got it.
Barbaretta there. Our old trusty Barbaretta.
She is quite a beauty. You can imagine why her other name was Jealous, because she makes everyone jealous.
Easily.
Thank you so very much. Regis. Do I still like to dance? And speaking of dancing, Ian Davenport. I'm gonna cut it up here one more time because threw myself at the studio. That kind of the same thing.
Thanks, Ian.
Dude, that wasn't even a dance. I was just going in circles at that point. Anyway,
you go to the strip club. Some of the girls really work it. Some just walk around the pole. I mean, they all.
I really do just want to know that I would probably, for what I want to do, I'd get fired. But I just want to be like, come on, just give me like 10 minutes. Just be like, woo! Do. Just get kicked out of the strip club. James, that was sexy. They just don't know what sexy is, okay?
Yeah, they have no idea.
Aaron's like, well, okay then. Oh my. All right. I think that is. Oh, speaking of which. Sending love to all the apologetic arguments that are terrible.
Thanks so much, Ian. Open poll night. Yes, it is.
Open poll night. I know. I should do something sensual, but isn't that the easy? Like, you can't goober. It's much better to just goober all over the place. That's kind of my thing. But there we go. And with that, we're sending love to all our Patreons and our channel members and super chatters.
There you go, Pookykins. Indeed she is.
Yeah.
Gizmo agrees.
That's right. Open poll night, baby.
Because listen, Amy, you'll never be a woman. You're an abomination. You're basically horrible. But can you send me some of those pics? You know.
Oh,
I mean,
I have very specifically gotten that before, which is just very. I've gone. I'm an abomination, and send me pictures. Which is this. At that point, it's just.
What do you?
Okay.
The exact quote was, "Trannies just make my dick hard."
Yeah, something like that. God hates you, but boy, do trannies make my... It's poetry if you think about it. Like, basically, it's like Psalms or...
I mean, it's like the perfect cognitive dissonance. It's just like the perfect encapsulation.
It is, indeed.
Yeah. I know this doesn't make any sense, but I'm still boldly declaring it.
Well, James, we could just maybe think about that as a debate between one head versus another. Huh? You know, sometimes you're reading your Bible and you're like, damn, I should be stoning this person to death.
Bible.
And then another time you're just feeling things right and you're like, damn, I should get this chick stoned and have a good time. You know, maybe if we should get things slowly. That's why I always say, if it had said instead of stone gays to death, it said get gays stoned. But James, all we need to do is just a simple, napkin. We could probably create a better 10 Commandments.
Yeah, I'm not drunk enough for that.
But speaking of which, I'm going to be right back. 1 second.
Go ahead.
And then we're going to bring on the opposition viewpoint.
Do it. Hope everybody's having a great night tonight. We were just here a few days ago, Friday night, after Amy hosted that dumpster fire of a debate on Mormonism. If you don't remember that after show, it was actually pretty eventful. So, yeah, here we are back today with a video. It's actually kind of a recent video. Only came out a few weeks ago. It's gotten quite a few views, so I thought it would be interesting. Since I don't have a whole lot of time, it was a nice, quick video that we can get through, get in and out of in a reasonable amount of time. Because Amy's now working 2 jobs again, so she's burning herself on that end. So we won't keep her up too incredibly late. And then we'll probably be back one more in the week, maybe Wednesday or Thursday, with another episode. Yeah, open poll night. Amy's always got that pipe. Yeah, she's known for laying the pipe down, right? So that is her reputation anyway. And it pretty much precedes her. She is known for it. Got coming up in the next week after that. Should probably have Peter and his friend Martine on for another debate on demons. That's going to be coming up, not this coming week, probably the week after that. And we'll have football should be starting up again pretty soon. Not this coming week, probably the next week for week 1. Always excited about that. It's going to be a Dolphin year this year. I feel good about it. But I feel good about it every year. Maybe this year it'll correspond with reality. You never know, right? We'll find out about that shortly. No, Pat at some point was trying to talk to Amy about getting on. I know he had some stuff he wanted to present. If you're still here, Pat, yeah, let us know what's going on with that. But so the video tonight, yeah, it's more a question about morality, but he brings it back to slavery. He uses that as the example, which I mean, I see why he did it. It overshadows the message he's trying to get because slavery has such dark connotations, and to our history, you could have come up with a better example that isn't so I don't know, to the extreme, but that's the one he went with. So hey, we'll deal with it. We'll address it. We'll put Amy in the hot seat. We'll see what she has to say, and I'm sure she'll be able to come up with some type of logical response.
For the record, I like being in hot seats.
Well,
multiple reasons.
You're in the hot seat. That's what Ultimated likes to tell people. You're in the hot seat. I think he told you that during your debate with him once. That he says, "Okay, now you're in the hot seat."
Oh, now you're being grilled by a real question.
He said that to T-Jump before. Okay, T-Jump, you're in the hot seat. You're.
But sending love out there. We'll see about his version of objective morality that he defends towards the end and his take on subjective morality, because I think it is the linchpin of the thing that goes throughout is they want to defend slavery. And so in a second, I'm going to load up the video. I will say, I was going back and forth whether I should say, but I guess I should be proud. It's kind of cool. But I am indeed going to be a second grade autism teacher. It is a version of special ed. I am going to very specifically teach an entire class of autism students in the second grade. And the very specific school I'm going to be working at has a very unique program, and they have this in multiple grade levels. I'm just going to be the second grade version of it. I met with my paras and assistants and everything today, which was also kind of a surreal moment to say my something and my something. They're really cool. They're really great. You know, I went in there and I probably had a deer on headlights, and they were like, "How do you want your room?" And I'm like, "Okay, let's figure this out." And so we set up, our tables and how we want they don't call them, James, this is what I mean by the politically correct, that they find it funny too. My focus group. You don't have small groups anymore. We have focus groups. But
so let me get this straight. So this is the cover. You're going in there to teach autism. Okay, you're teaching that, but I mean, really, she's going in there to pump radical gender ideology, to get the kids ready for transitioning, basically turn all the girls into boys and all the boys, and that's really what you're there for.
Yes, it is not to teach mathematics or to help them in ELA.
Reading. No. Math.
I feel like all of those are, they need to put on a back burner. Just like they think that they're teaching critical race theory in third grade. It goes A, B, CRT. That's how they teach it now. All these reactionary issues, they just make up in their head, things that just don't happen. Or if they do, it's at graduate level studies where people are getting debt for taking the courses because they're adults who took them. Anyway, I'm
Why
excited.
am I my tax dollars for you to preach your religion in the public school, Amy? It's gender
Indeed,
ideology.
indeed.
It's a religion. It's a religious system, Amy.
Yeah, they just want their religion out and your religion out, just like evolution,
We're
James.
putting Baphomet in the school. It's Baphomet.
That's right.
With the kids. Oh, just hopefully KJV won't
Moonlight
find
says
out.
hi.
Oh,
I haven't
hello.
heard from her in a long time. They all get I don't know, bored or what it is. But anyway, I just wanted to say that, though it's the opposite of like what happened to me with the Amazon, which I had to drive 40 to an hour away. I was exhausted with manual labor. I had crappy hours. I had lots of things. But your package gets there on time. Lots of stress. Oh my God, because it's like they're trying to turn you into a robot. And so just hire the robot. Just let that program take over already.
You spent 7 minutes 32 seconds in the bathroom today. Your average time of the piss was 64 seconds.
But see if they had to.
7.3 sheets of toilet paper per trip.
Yeah, close. Nonetheless, we're going to move on to the opposition viewpoint. We're going to have fun in the sun. We are skeptic and ranting on a question atheists can't answer. James says he's putting me in the hot seat. I'm sincere. That's funny. One cat goes in, one cat goes out. And let's. Gizmo says hi. He's so photogenic. And with that, let's go into the opening viewpoint. Opposition viewpoint. One of those.
Some of the other. You know the thing, Amy.
You know the thing. Do the thing.
You know the thing.
Oh, don't even get me started in politics. That is not. Screen 2 would help. It's like a USB, folks.
Thanks, Disciple Day.
Sending so much love for Gizmo. Yes. Podcast sponsored by Kids. Thank you so much, Disciple Day. Sending so much love. With that, we are going to get into it very specifically. We're going to be watching a video from Brian Holdsworth called A Question Atheists Can't Answer. And let me know how the audio is, folks. We're getting into it.
Okay. Obviously, atheists come in all shapes and sizes, and inevitably, whenever I offer any kind of argument about atheism or against atheism, people will say, not all atheists believe that. Not all atheists believe the same thing. That's a straw man argument.
Like cats.
And that's true. Not all atheists believe the same thing. But a 10-minute YouTube video doesn't allow me to address every variation of atheism that exists. Nor is it my goal to refute every instance of that common creed. Instead, I'm simply trying to address people who subscribe to a popular form of atheism, especially a kind that I interact with a lot on YouTube and that I see on certain channels, and to invite them to reconsider the logical coherence of their position. And if what I describe doesn't align with your particular form of atheism, then you can be confident that I'm not addressing you, and then therefore there's no need to be defensive. So the particular kind of atheism that I'm addressing in this video is the kind that says that
you might be in the clear.
Can be materially observed and empirically measured is real, and that if you want to assert anything as true, that is the
no, but it does help to have things empirically measured and testable.
Yeah, I wouldn't say I think that that's the only. I'm open to other possibilities, or I think that the natural world is probably a lot bigger than what we know of or have access to at the current time. But be that as it may, it's still the best way that we have to learn about it is empiricism.
Kind of evidence that you need to provide. And it's on those kinds of grounds that they accuse religious believers of being superstitious for not being able to provide empirical evidence for our religious claims. So it's this kind of atheist that I address this question to, because I just don't think that they can answer it. I've done a lot of searching myself to see, are there atheists out there? Are there commentators? Are there even scholars who answer this? And I don't seem to be able to find one that is satisfying. The question is slavery wrong? And
yes. Whew. I feel so brave taking this position. It's hard, but slavery wrong.
The reason I ask that question is because virtually all respectable people will frantically trip over themselves to be the first to affirm that, yeah, it's wrong. Slavery is definitely wrong. And I even hear many atheists accuse the Bible of being morally inferior for not going far enough in its condemnations of slavery. Mm-hmm. But I don't think that the atheist of the variety that I described earlier
can answer. You think an omnipotent, all-knowing, all-powerful God. I mean, are we asking too much for him, Amy? You're asking so much for an all-powerful, all-moral, all-loving, all-good God to, really go out there and take a hard stand against slavery.
Not only that, but it's an all-powerful, omnipresent God that somehow has the exact morality of the day. It was what everyone was doing. So
what people in the Bronze Age, Iron Age thought. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That is the epitome of human morality. Our morality has been declining ever since then, if you believe it.
By that, I don't mean that they don't have answers, just that their answers are illogical and that they expose an inconsistency in the kinds of evidence that they demand of others to account for their beliefs. Because if you're going to logically account for the truth of a statement like slavery is wrong, you have to be able to define the terms of that statement. Slavery is easy enough to define, so I'm not going to spend any time on that. But the word wrong is one that I've never heard defined in
It's going to defend it, but,
a way that is consistent with atheism. Because if you're going to define something logically, you cannot include the thing that you're trying to define in your definition. That would be circular reasoning and therefore fallacious. For example, if I asked you, what is a honeybee? And you said, well, it's a bee-like creature that makes honey. I would be fully within my rights to accuse you of failing to answer my question. All you said is that a bee is a bee.
Yes, it's tautology. So if you were to say God makes something is moral, and you're to say, why is it moral? God makes something moral. Well, you haven't actually answered it.
And that's obvious enough. But what's also true is that we can't use undefined synonyms in our definitions of a thing either. So if you ask me, what is a cat? And I said, well, a cat is a feline creature that humans have a disordered amount of affection for. Well, feline is just a synonym for cat. So all I've said, again, is a cat is a cat, which does nothing to define what it is. It just keeps us going in circles.
We can define what cats are. They are part of the carnivora, including with dogs, bears, seals. We can define these things.
Otters,
exactly.
Honey badgers.
They're fantastic. Because they're smart, because they're hunters, but then they're also mammals. So they have these great, emotional connections and social species. What's up, Leo? It's true. Basically, he's like, I have searched the entire globe, except it was just basically, I didn't search at all. That's basically what it comes down to. They just make this thing.
Unfortunately, every time I've heard an atheist give an account for morality, which then allows them to use words like right and wrong logically and coherently, this is the exact thing that they do. Like one article I read said that morality is simply whatever prevents suffering and increases well-being. But all they've done, according to this definition, is made suffering synonymous with evil and well-being synonymous with goodness.
But that means that we are starting to get a handle of what a moral system is. When we have agents that are actually going through damage, going through harm, going through physical and mental anguish, we're able to understand that there are moral decisions going on here. It's not like we can look at someone like a dictator who is starving someone in a jail cell and go, oh, well, it's just our opinion. Is it really bad? Maybe they love starving to death in a jail cell. Like, no. And they don't believe this shit either. They believe the very specific things in the book because it said it from another mind, and then simultaneously claim that it's not from a mind. Well, an eternal mind, but eternal for some reason makes it.
Well, he's got the biggest stick. So if you don't agree with him, he could just send you to hell. So I mean,
well, that's
you better just agree with him.
It's kind of weird. Like we make the Santa joke a lot, and it's parallels between. But just like the naughty and nice list and all these things, it's really just not good lessons. Oh, my mythology. I'm still for celebrating holidays. I'm not going to poo-poo anyone who does so. I'm the biggest one. You'll watch me get red and green nails around Christmas and blue and yellow nails around Hanukkah. You give me a holiday and I'll probably paint gel onto it. But
any excuse to dye your hair purple or blue or whatever.
Yes. Well, I'm supposed to have blue hair because I have a lip ring, and I'm pretty sure that
that's probably a wig.
I'm also, yes. And because of my sexuality, I have to have a very set of political beliefs, which I can only focus on and do nothing else. By the way, back to him defending slavery, because it's what Christians do.
Never really defining any of
By
them.
the way, all right, I'm going to do this. I have to at least save the cat this early in the journey, James. I can't just go in here like I'm in attack mode.
Schrodinger's cat.
All right? He is following my beard rule very nicely. He's getting dangerous here, but it's nice, right?
It's within specifications.
It is. It still looks, to use one of their words, designed.
There you go.
And not I don't want to disparage anyone. I was about to use an insult that disparage, but you probably knew which one. Not look like well, how about not like a prophet? There we go. It feels good to keep on sending it religion.
Furthermore, they're not even accurate synonyms. Suffering isn't simply wrong or evil. In fact, I can think of all kinds of instances in which varying degrees of suffering can produce something that is widely considered good.
In fact, if you're Mother Teresa, you love suffering, or you did, and you were indeed gleeful that people were going through it.
Well, I mean, you see, Amy, like, look, according to Catholicism, so people have sinned, so even if they're Christian, they won't go straight to heaven because they have to go to purgatory. So if they suffer now, it'll reduce their time in purgatory. So the pain that they go through now, so you can give somebody morphine now and you'll reduce their pain, but they're just going to spend longer in purgatory to make up for that. So you see what we mean?
James,
so it's an act of
gotta be in the waiting room.
It's an act of kindness to withhold, to make them suffer more now, because then they'll get to heaven sooner.
Gotta get those babies right up to heaven. What's up, Palm Dad? Yeah, I like all the holidays. I actually like giving presents, and so I'm this weird. I'm very much about taking the Christ out of Christmas, even though I never believed in Christ to begin with. And what's up, DeFreak? What's up, everybody?
You can't say Merry Christmas, though, Amy. You can't do it.
You can't. What's up, Electric Monk? Yeah, it's basically illegal. I'm pretty sure.
Mobs of blue-haired, lip-ring leftists going and, assaulting people for saying Merry Christmas.
Also, what happened to all the scary riots and shit? Do you notice this is what they do? I'm about to bring it back up, Clovis. I just can't help it. Can I just point out that they only use fear? You notice how calm shit is about riots and all sorts of shit?
Yeah.
And so, James, who do they focus on?
Who are you going to call? Tranny busters.
Yes, basically, tranny busters.
Or the
wedge
the
issues.
Jews, because of were you pointing to your Juno, the nose?
I
was.
was.
That what you were
I
trying?
have learned to love my nose. Okay,
Yeah.
It took me a little while. I do. I have the freaking bump, but I eventually want to get my deviated conceptum fixed. That's one thing. But I am okay with the way. That is why I think I am mostly. I have my insecurities. I think we all have our insecurities. The things we look at, put my face on, and all this stuff. But I don't have them like I used to, like a decade plus ago. And so the things that they're just like, they just so want me to care about that subject. And it's just, and I do. I'll be honest with you. Can I tell you the irony? I look at people who like Arden and Katie, who I still think are way better than me in this department. Nonetheless, I think I have honed myself a little bit. They have forced me to kind of sharpen my stone because their arguments were so bad and they've become so prevalent that I just
sharpen your stone.
Because James, some of the scenarios that you like joke about, they're like only one step away. And they're like, and why do you do that? And I'm like, oh, I had no idea it was going around. I had no idea that was the whole thing was going around, giving surgery to babies and pumping estrogen, not testosterone, James. It's only the girly chemical. That's the only, very specifically the one with cooties. That's the one you have to, you do.
But yes, I mean, it's all about. I mean, look. These guys, they have such fidelity for women's sports. They love women's sports. They watch all the games.
Oh my god,
they go to the college swim meets.
Mm-hmm.
They follow
the big hand thing, like
the girls weightlifting, the girls college weightlifting, and they love it.
They do. They have the trading cards. They have the T-shirts,
and they are just so choked up about these women, Amy, and there was a woman in the locker room, Amy, and she had a penis, and these girls, they've never seen a penis before. These are chaste young girls. They've a penis. They don't know what a penis looks like, and
exactly.
It's a form of sexual assault, as a matter of fact, to make them change in there. It's sexual assault. It's
they're only like
crime
in their 30s
against humanity.
40s, but yes, exactly. It's a crime, basically. And the other thing is that you see what happens when they actually have to defend a lesbian biological woman. They treat Brittany Griner like gold, don't they? They have lots of Brittany Griner T-shirts, and they go out there and.
Brittany, did you have sex with Vladimir Putin?
That video.
Did you have sex with Vladimir Putin?
Oh my god!
Listen,
it almost makes me
say some other dude. Don't say Vladimir Putin. Anybody else? Kim Jong Un. See, he'd probably be offended, but he probably wouldn't be able to do anything about it. I don't know.
See, I can hear Rachel in the back of my voice and be like, "See, but that troll gets views." It's like, but he's such an asshole. Because he came to our thing. He was at the debate con, and his friend literally dressed up like white trash, like I don't mean that to be offensive, as in he pretended to dress lower class than he was, and got up on stage and was like started doing slang, pretending like he didn't know where he was and asking questions, which is I mean that's the troll game, but
he got in drag and not like last year.
Can I just point out? This
Pride
is another
Month.
thing. Speaking of Rachel and myself, just looking at femboys. All right. Okay.
Speaking of femboys.
Take it from two transgender women. Any man who does that, all right, that is a transgender, or B, a sissy that really needs to get on their knees.
Somebody, a guy who gets in drag just to try to make fun of gays or lesbians.
If you work for SNL and they wrote a script in which you cross-dress, okay, cool. If you put on women's clothing and
on
just
your
go
own
about
accord.
time on your own accord, and then every once in a while you just troll people, you are a troll and you're in the closet.
Steven Crowder did it too. He did it. He went to the Women's March dressed up as a trans woman. Specifically as a trans woman.
Another guy that if you just were to survey his dressing, and Matt Powell. And then what is the guy that's not gay anymore? And
Milo Yiannopoulos.
Milo. James, I'm just saying. Are you noticing a pattern? Because I get consistent shit. No one will ever, except for, I guess the lovely people on this podcast, and hopefully it expanding.
No.
Why do they all?
They're all straight. Jesse Lee Peterson, he's like, no, they're all straight. They're all straight. I know them all.
100%. He knows them all personally.
They're all straight. No.
They, in fact, had like a really heterosexual cuddle session together, and they proclaim their like love for Jesus.
They're so straight, Amy. They will never let a woman give them oral sex. They have too much respect for themselves to allow a woman to do that to them.
This is the last claim, and then we're getting back in because we'll tangent forever.
We could.
We listened to it was either him or a gentleman like him that said that the female orgasm makes you gay.
Oh yeah, it was him.
If you cause a woman to have an orgasm, that's kind of a male thing. First of all, with no evidence how sex
he's becoming a man
evolves. I know, but yes, ladies and gentlemen,
that's something a man does. That's not for woman.
Heterosexual men.
Yeah.
Straight as a roundabout. And it's just okay. We can talk about it. It's just amazing. The look alpha. Gotta be alpha. Oh, I bet you do. I bet you find an alpha, don't you?
Sex with the ladies. You can't have a woman give you oral sex. That would be gay.
Once again, an actual quote. If you're new to the channel and you think I just make this shit up to troll Christians, I mean, I don't know. I don't even know how I would. They somehow, just fact is way better than fiction. Oh, here we go. And we're back into it. A question atheists can't answer. This is supposed to be a compliment, so that was my save the cat. We're getting back into it.
He didn't say all oral sex was bad. He specifically said a woman giving a man oral sex was bad. Yeah.
Sure, that's what a heterosexual.
Not all oral sex is bad. Yeah.
James, once again, it would be gay. This is more of a a personal of mine, but it's gay even if the balls don't touch.
Yeah.
Surgery. Exercise is almost universally recognized as a good thing in the right place and at the right time. But the first time I went running as a way to get back in shape, The experience was so unpleasant for me that I nearly threw up. Self-sacrifice and
Foxy,
self-denial seem to
goddammit.
me to be traits that most people recognize as being
Yo,
honorable.
I've always wanted. This is a terrible thought because Dogsy's like, bruh, Peter Dinklage got taller. Can I just point out that I have always wanted to ask if he knows how fucking gorgeous. Because I'll tell you, this guy's okay, all right, and you're right. But Peter Dinklage, let me tell you, he's got a new movie coming out. Go check it out. I'm trying to. It's about him and a therapist having a bad relationship, and so it seems like he ends up cheating by accident. Well, apparently, supposedly she seduces him, is what he says, and he makes a play about it, and she starts to stalk him. Seems to be the movie. Go check that out.
The Mormon musical.
But almost always introduce a degree of suffering. We have monuments in virtually every city where I live commemorating those who died in the wars of the 20th century. So was it wrong for them to suffer and die for those causes? So it seems that not only is morality...
But that doesn't mean murder.
It sucks that they had to.
Yes, and they were trying to do so for moral reasons.
And right and wrong, not defined by that definition, the synonyms that they attempt to smuggle in as substitutes for the terms that they are trying to define in a circular way aren't even good synonyms. Many others have tried to argue that morality is simply what has been agreed upon as a social contract, which can...
Honestly, religion makes morality more complicated. You don't need a God to tell you not to murder. James and myself, I can tell you, murder everyone we want every day. It's here.
Accumulate into something like a legal system or the law. But this begs for a definition of the social contract or the law.
Baby.
If you reply that the social contract is an agreement about what is right and wrong, then all you've done is made the social contract or the law synonymous with morality. And again, you're back to arguing in circles. If I ask you what is morality and you say that it's the social contract about what is right and wrong or the law, and I follow up by asking, okay, can you define what the law is? And you say,
morality is a metric of interacting with creatures. With creatures, we have different ways of probing it, like empathy and kindness and fairness. These are different ways that we can be moral to other conscious creatures. Oh yeah, no, exactly. He's basically, this is why I think, even though James could say it puts me in the hot seat, like, even though
a little bit.
Oh yeah, well, even though he's taking a pot shot at, subjective or people that would, claim maybe an objective base, he inevitably believes that it is through his God, by fiat, by dictate.
It's a series of documented statements about what is right and wrong. Do you not see how we're just going in circles without ever defining any of the things that we're talking about? Furthermore,
no, but I also notice that, and I know that he'll eventually, he goes, just like they always Xeno us, that, he's setting up for where does the true religion, I just gave the punchline. Where does the true morality come from? And it can only be that eternal fuzzy daddy in the sky.
It fails to account how we can judge one instance of a social contract or a legal system against another, how can we say that the legal system that allows slavery are bad and the legal systems that prevent it are good unless more?
Because, I mean, first of all, that's a tautology. If we think that slavery is bad, then the legal systems that promote slavery are bad, and the legal systems that promote slaves being free are good. It really doesn't have to be. I swear, I think they make this harder than it has to be. Also, that's a nice O face right there.
Morality somehow sits outside and above legal systems and social contracts. Because that's the question that's...
Also, Bill Burr gets a lot of hate. He says that, a lot of gingers get a lot of things, but he's a ginger that's not, he doesn't look too bad. That was not a great endorsement of gingers. Gingers, he doesn't look too bad. Yeah, but he looks kind of cute.
Being asked here, is slavery wrong? Are systems that allow slavery wrong? I'm not asking, do some people create legal systems that outlaw it? Obviously, that's a question that doesn't need to be asked. The question is, ought it to be against the law for the sake of what is morally good?
For sure. We're now getting to an is-ought problem, which I agree is a problem. I don't think it's an impossible problem. I don't think it's this endless gap that we can't ever find. I think you have to walk across this gap on a tightrope. And that is, you need to gather the data. You need to gather what agents are doing, what's going on. And from that, you can judge a situation. What's up, Professor? What's up, Eddie?
Hey, Eddie.
It has been a while. Sending so much love. I hope you're doing good. I'm pinning that in Twitter. Or Twitter. There is no Twitter anymore, apparently. Oh, my goodness.
It's X now?
It's X. I'm running like a celebration, not celebration, because I've wanted Twitter not to have importance, which is kind of shitty. You shouldn't wish for things to be ruined. But it has always just bothered me how important that people thought Twitter was. Like, it's just a comment news section like any other comment news section. There's a million of them, and I think it's just because it was the smallest, and because we're our generation. So now I'm getting, but I just don't know why they took it as like this is news. It is people typing in the bathroom, on the train, on the plane. This is not where academia and intellectualism is. I'm sure there's Harvard, on X or whatever the hell it is. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just like, is that where you get your peer-reviewed studies from? Like, you're there so you can get in fights with people about, Zootopia.
Yes.
I don't know what
Zootopia. The sloths at the DMV, that was still the funniest thing.
And okay, we're jumping back into it.
Do it.
A question atheists can't answer.
So again, not only is the social contract theory fallacious for using circular reasoning, it doesn't even use a well-thought-out substitute for morality. And the reason we always end up with these absurdities is because morality can't be accounted for empirically without an obscure...
Well, I disagree with that because I think there's a reason that we're getting more moral. I think because we're able to get more data, we actually are able to get a better worldview.
I would say morality is always evolving, so I think every society probably considers themselves to be more moral than the one that came before them because the values change. Though 100 years from now, like I said, they'll think a lot of the things we do are horrible and view themselves as having better, and maybe they do. Maybe that's true. I don't know.
I agree with you. It's that I still think, although I think people will say my morality is good, because why would you be a Christian if you thought it was a bad morality? If you thought it was evil. I am making the claim that when I talk about morality, I know it's hard because when I talk about, I'm convinced politics is 100% people's opinion. And you can have good and bad opinions. I think you can have educated opinions. But when it comes to philosophy, it's like the middle ground between politics and science for me. Sure. And so, like, there are some things that it's not even just intuition. It's not even a gut feeling. It's just hard for me to find out how a flourishing society could be run if we there was a person who just was running, chopping people's heads off. I don't know.
That would not be good for a society. That would not function. Yeah.
Also, 7-Eleven was a part-time job. Now it's a full-time job. It's sad, but this is the economy that we live in. And so, yeah.
Late-stage capitalism.
Behind some poorly assessed substitute, which is by definition circular reasoning, and which always offers a substitute that falls absurdly short of whatever it is that we mean by morality. So an atheist can't actually say that anything by that measure is right or wrong and truly mean what they're saying without sacrificing their own logical consistency.
No. I mean, at that point, that's a fancy way of just saying that you think that we are wrong in being illogical. But I mean, in essence, that's that's how we view Christians. We think that you are not using logic, you're not using skepticism, and as Dog Z comes out, are often hypocrites that are often immoral in the name of religion. What's up, Titan Uranus? I have to do this. I'm letting a rag out of the water. The water out of the rag out of the water. One of those. Can't deny the anxiety. That's okay. Eddie, we're always gonna send love to you. I will be real Z's. There are some people that just you could feel themselves try and pick themselves as our enemy. Like, I don't think I'm ever gonna get Jill to be my friend. Like, that guy is just beyond neurotic.
Want him as a friend.
Sure. Well, it's like, would I want Darth to be my friend? I think that would mean that I might be doing something wrong as a check the narcissism meter if you or
what is that? I think was that Will Stewart said somebody said they had like a cordial conversation, like not about religion, about something.
Well, sure. If you agree with him, he'll probably talk about Star Wars or whatever very nicely with you, but he's there to destroy. It's odd. I think they would say that's what we're doing. We're here to destroy people. It's not like that. We're like trying to convince people, but you don't always do that by talking. Sometimes you actually listen. So it's not really good traits that presuppositionalists had. Leophilia says, this is what you get when you don't understand metaphysics or ethics and try to talk about morality. This was the problem with Sam a couple weeks ago. Yeah, and this guy also claimed at the very beginning, he's like, he has drudged through all of moral philosophy. He's looked for the greats, and there have been no answers for any of these questions. Except in Jesus. Got to take Jesus.
And don't misunderstand what I'm saying here. I'm not saying that an atheist can't be moral or that they don't have a moral.
That we weren't saying that you were.
Conscience. What I am saying is that
in fact, you guys love saying that. They also hate the sinner, hate the sin, love the sinner. Yeah. There we go.
They can't account for that morality logically. For them, it's something like social conditioning.
To be honest with you, unless they are just new into thinking about these things, although atheists are cats and we have a wide variety of views on morality, I have found the vast majority of atheists that I have come across put forth very good logical arguments and reasons for their belief system. I noticed that almost never it comes from because the guy has the biggest back.
Or just feelings about something. But whatever it is, it's not rational. Now, at this point, it might be fair to demand of me the thing that I've been asking atheists for, which is, what's my definition of morality? So morality is a...
He asks at, like, you know, this close into the, or this far into the video.
Standard of truth that gives us the ability to apprehend potential alternative thoughts, actions, and scenarios, and to make judgments about them that express either approval or disapproval when compared to that standard. Such judgments appear in statements like, that ought to happen, and that ought not to happen.
Yes.
Or more precisely, that ought...
How do you make is oughts? How do you make that jump?
To be, and that ought not to be. In other words, we are making judgments of an ontological and metaphysical nature, which are inquiries about being.
Yeah, why does it exist? Okay, come on.
And existence. These aren't questions about what does happen. They're questions about what ought to happen. Because what ought to happen doesn't always happen. For example, slavery happens, and...
For, like, example, slavery happens. Okay, yeah, that's true. You defended them. Hey. Shit happens. James, you're a child, you're hanging out with your mom, your dad is looking out in the farmland, and then you are a nation around some other dude, and they come around with their bunches of swords, and they kill Papa, and they come around for...
Then they have sex with your goats.
And then they come for you, but it's moral because,
after they have sex with your goats, because that's what they do.
There is just a weird... They hate when we call it like the Goat Herder's Guide to the Galaxy.
And then they execute the goat for seducing them.
But they do.
Like, that goat looked at me funny, so I'm going to execute that goat for seducing me.
And there's a lot of goat stuff in there. They're spreading goat's blood. They're sacrificing goats. It's just... They have rules for how you trade goats. What I'm trying to say is this may not be a modern text. That is what I'm trying to hint at. What's up, Caffey?
Rules for shaving a goat's
right now in the world around us. And if we say that's wrong, we're saying it ought not to happen.
Yes. Why can you say that ought not to happen from your perspective?
But if we only take our moral understanding from that which can be observed and measured empirically, then there is no question of what ought to be, only what is, because only what is what can be measured and inquired about in this way.
I think we can do that with situations. We can measure what is. This person did this, it affects them.
Which is why the physical sciences can't tell us that slavery is wrong. They can only tell us that it is. It exists.
And by affecting them, I mean that is morality. When you affect conscious creatures, you can have moral statements, you can have immoral statements, and then you can have amoral statements, which is actually what many things are. Is it a moral statement that you eat ice cream? Well, I mean, if you have a healthy blood sugar and you don't have a lot, going on, then it doesn't seem like there's anything wrong. There's it's not good or bad. It's eating ice cream. However, pushing someone off a cliff that's eating ice cream, you notice the sudden switch here? Because you're dealing with someone. You're ruining their biology.
It has being. But if you're saying it ought not to exist, then you're appealing to some invisible standard that can't be measured empirically, that is used to judge potentials like slavery or not slavery.
Oh, and I like this. So it's supposed to be like, see, get it? My factors are invisible, just like his God. That little It's like he's trying to rub it into that theism.
Saying that one should be willed and that the other should be opposed. One of those potentials, that is not slavery, should be instantiated by our will, and the other should be left on the shelf of mere potentials. And to make such statements, you have to offer evidence of a metaphysical and a theological nature, because there is no physical evidence available.
You do? When? How? And you still haven't, really. I hope this is like the warm-up to the pitch.
To you. Which is why it's no wonder that slavery, which virtually disappeared in Christendom in the Middle Ages, started.
What? I'm sorry. Slavery disappeared in the Middle Ages. Did it now? Really? I feel like that would have been a big surprise to all the slaves, especially that whole transatlantic version that you know.
That was after. That's after the.
Oh, that was a. Oh, it's a James. We have very
coming up on the Enlightenment
War.
To resurge in Western civilization at exactly the time when secularism started to gain momentum and influence. That is the modern era. The slave trade that we tend.
I'm sorry. Are you trying to blame slavery on, the Enlightenment? Because that is nonsense. The Enlightenment era, the deists oftentimes, though there were Christians, were the ones that after thousands of years were breaking away from tradition to say slavery was evil.
To think of and universally condemn really only got going during the scientific, secular, and Enlightenment era.
Oh yeah, blame science.
In the ancient world,
it's science that made slavery.
Abounded everywhere. The Roman Empire was built on the backs of slaves.
I'm pretty sure Newton actually discovered slavery. I'm pretty sure.
And then in the Middle Ages, it went into severe decline, and in certain places where Christianity was dominant and the church was most influential, it virtually disappeared. But then for some reason...
in mainland Europe,
I would like to also show and put into evidence that when we had the Civil War, there was a confederacy that very specifically had God in their constitution.
Well, slavery in the Americas, it was a purely a Christian institution. There's no getting around that. There's no. It was set up in accordance with Christianity. It was set up based on Christianity. It was a Christian institution through and through.
Christian institution.
Time of secular, around the time of humanism, and then the Renaissance, and then the Enlightenment, it came back. It was exactly at this time when we stopped measuring the human soul as an essential ingredient in a person's humanity and reduced that inquiry about what a human being is to only what can be physically measured.
I know. Can I tell you the crazy thing, Titan, though? Oftentimes I don't know who these people are. And James, sometimes I pick the topic. Sometimes he picks the topic. How the hell does he have 100,000? Now, listen, I am not hating. I want and love and send everything to all of the YouTube community as we're all trying to gain out there. But it is interesting that these people are taken as, I don't know, whatever it is that gets you a lot of fan base. But it's Jesus. It's a very interesting dynamic because it's just like the prosperity gospel people. Like, you're selling yourself, but at a certain point, you also got to still rub the Jesus thing, or else you'd be giving up the whole act.
What the science is going to tell us. And when they did that, they found that human beings are far from being equal. Some are bigger, some are stronger, some are smarter, some are more beautiful, some are more agreeable and more capable than others. Combine this with theories about natural selection and survival of the fittest, and you have the perfect recipe to say some people should dominate others and some people should be utterly subservient to others.
No. There is nothing within biology, and that is a misunderstanding of survival of the fittest. A turtle doesn't need to bite everyone's head off. You just need to be able to pass your genes on to the next generation. My goodness. It is a common misconception. That's what we get. It is what I get when I tell people. Every time I tell people that I at least start to understand morality through a biological lens, specifically through a conscious lens. Is this hurting something that's conscious? Is this making a conscious uncomfortable, in pain, happy? But it's about people. It's not about, people and rocks. Are you being mean to the rock? Are you beating up the rock and enslaving the rock?
You guys think life comes from rocks?
Oh, Jesus. What kills me on the inside is when we point that stuff out to them. I feel like they have a choice, and they never choose the former, which I'll say. The former would be they could realize that, they could do a check on the internet and look for information to tell that we're telling the truth about things like, Big Bang, cosmology, and evolution, or they could just reject everything that we say.
That's probably the easiest way to do it.
It is only when we account for the human soul, a thing more precious than the entire known universe, that we can then say that all men are equal, for they all carry the dignity of the divine.
Oh, yeah, they felt really equal.
But the Christians never really felt that way either. I mean, he's saying, oh, well, they had slaves. Christians never really felt that either. So there was an idea that, okay, under Christ, okay, you're all sin. Everyone is a sinner under Christ. So on Sunday morning, Amy, so the slave master, the slave owner, they both went into church as sinners together. They both heard the sermon. They did that. But as soon as they went back out of the church, he was the owner and he was the slave. That equality disappeared because it's only under Christ. Because they think we're all going to be judged by Christ. So in that sense, we're all equal, but in reality,
also edited Bibles. This is how much, I didn't even think about this. This is how much they're full of shit. They edited Bibles that took some of the equality passages out to make sure that they stayed in line. So this is like finding out that lead is in your water and coming out with a new drink that is like, lead protection. You're like, yeah, I think you guys got to deal with that first thing first.
I'm sure that, those pastors were very keen to read over and over again those sections of the Bible which explicitly approve of slavery. Like, yes, serve your master as you would serve God, even if he's a bad master, even if he's harsh, even if he's mean to you, still serve him.
Yes, they reinforce it. In essence, they basically say, serve your master, and eventually, maybe one day, you'll be okay. You'll die.
It says
peace and death.
It also says that the secular governments are put in place by God. So if you live in a country where the laws of that country allow for slavery, then that is put there by God. God is in control of that. So you just have to. If God did not want slavery to be legal, God would not institute a government that would make it legal.
Yeah, I never noticed. Like, Michelangelo should be jacked, but I just noticed God's kind of jacked too.
Yeah, like Jesus could be there.
Just imagining
the
God.
Jesus with the long hair.
That's
the muscles.
The kind of Jesus we want. Tall,
9-inch dick.
Not saying that size matters, but what are we talking about? We're about to finish up the episode, and then we're probably. I have an idea, James, also, which is I may hand you over the keys. for the open mic. Do you have time? What's your sleep schedule like?
I mean, I got a little bit of time.
So I'm probably gonna finish this up, and then I'm gonna hand you the keys.
Okay.
We'll go an open mic, and we'll just open it up to
if we get anybody on.
That's right. In fact, yeah, what we'll do is we'll open it up to the open mic, and if no one comes on, then we'll close it down. If someone comes on, I'll hand it over to you.
Sounds good.
All right, let's finish it out. We are talking a question atheists can't answer.
Do it
Never.
to me.
Not in a million years.
Image imprinted on that soul. And this is why it is an injustice to place a thing greater
Does that look like a waffle? Come on. That looks like a waffle, right? I'm so fucking hungry. I think that's all that is right
waffle.
now. Big ass waffle.
Is that supposed to be a rice patty, probably?
Yeah, maybe that's what that is.
But it looks like a fucking
a waffle.
The whole universe in service of cultivating the small contingent goods of that universe for another person.
Hey, thanks for watching. The reason I can continue making content like this.
Okay, there we go. And so with that, like, follow, and subscribe is what he says. It concludes our opposition viewpoint. This does anyway, of our Skeptic and Ranting, a question atheists can't answer from my dad. No, Brian Holdsworth. And so
Will Chamberlain.
Will Chamberlain.
I don't like you.
And I honestly, listen, I think the only truly moral discussions we can have is between atheists and non-believers or non-fundamentalists anyway. Like maybe I don't know if you're a pagan or a panpsychism or deist or whatever you got going on, but just the theism just boggles so much of morality down. And I understand both your viewpoint and T-Jump's, and they're coherent. I understand what you're trying to get. I actually think that in some ways we get there somehow, but in the middle. But that's my centrist view. Yet with the God view, it is very specifically because he said
it's arbitrary. It's just purely arbitrary, and that doesn't make it objective. He's just the guy with the biggest stick. He calls it hell, and hey, you can disagree with him, but he'll still put you in hell. So,
but there we go. Come join the panel. That is going to conclude us to either the open mic or the wrap up, because I gotta wake up in a few hours. Who needs air? Air. Reminds me of the Mel Brooks movie, Spaceballs.
Amy likes to be choked.
Mm-hmm. It's like a good steak, James, only lightly. What are we talking about? We're talking pot roast.
Which is,
and we got I'm Sorry Wilson already in the back.
Steak. Which is basically pot roast.
Actually have a steak in the refrigerator.
Don't cook it. You don't need it well done, do you?
No, I take my steak medium.
There you go.
Rachel and the femboy like it medium rare.
That's
and
me. The medium is all right.
See, that to me is a very rare steak, because I come from a mother who, if there was a drop of pink, don't worry, she could
that's my mom. They cook everything fucking well done. They Donald Trump that shit. It's horrible.
James, you got not one germ, okay? You can't cut it, but not a single germ.
You take a nice steak and you cook it like a fucking pot roast.
I do like pot roast though, but yes,
pot roast is my favorite food. But it's pot roast, not steak.
Like mine with an extra moo. And all right, I'm gonna, I think, open it and say and introduce I'm Sorry Wilson. And then while he's introducing himself, I am going to check out.
Get ready for this.
Because I gotta wake up, so I'll be listening and sending love. But we have been Skeptic and Ranting on a question atheists can't answer. I think many atheists can. I don't think it's just me. I think James can answer it. I think that T-Jump can answer it, being just two polar opposites, two polar opposites with someone in the center there all with atheists who, I think for the most part, when it comes to theistic positions, we'd all check off, right? That. So yes, we get this weird purity, even that the Christians and the theists are all trying to get. We just say, I don't know, when we don't know something. Isn't it nice?
I don't know. Is it?
I don't know.
That's a question.
All right. We got shticks. We can't help ourselves. With that, we got, I'm sorry, Wilson behind stage. Wilson. Oh my God. Hold on. I'm going to have to allow him. Because I can't have both him be here and on stage at the same time. So I'm going to.
You could.
You say could. So. Probably, I guess, with the powers of visual effects. But I am going to have to get him, put him down, ready to be on stage. All right. With that, we're going into the open mic. And who's starting us off? I'm sorry, Wilson.
I was going to say, don't tell me, you don't know who I am. You've hugged me before.
Oh, I think we've done more than... Yeah. But I'm sending so much love, Wilson. How are you? We are Skeptic and Ranting. I'm going to be handing over the keys to James. I'm going to send one last shout out as I pin it up there. Come one, come all for the open mic. Atheist, theist, liberal, and conservative. Come as you are, just not on my sheets. With that, I'm handing it to you. I'm sorry, Wilson. We have been Skeptic and Ranting on a question.
Has to work in the morning.
That's true. Speaking of which, I'll do here's my shilly shill. Here's shilly. It's like I'm doing my own outro. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, Wilson. At the same time, so there's the fiver. If you would like to do your own podcast, I can help podcast you. I am related to someone who has a Jewish space laser.
Backed by George Soros.
Backed by George Soros, very specifically. Nonetheless, I love you all. I hope you have a lovely night. If you are a creationist, just know that I don't believe you have any evidence, so I guess you're going to have to come on the open mic and prove us wrong. Enough of me ranting. I'm sorry, Wilson. We've been Skeptic and Ranting on a question atheists can't answer. What are your thoughts about the topic, the video, or anything we've been talking about tonight?
Before you leave, if you want to cook a good steak, reverse sear it.
Reverse sear.
That is real popular.
Okay. Buy yourself a remote, to temperature thermometer. You cook it to about it depends on how well you like your steak cooked. I try to put my steak in the oven at about, I'll cook it to about 120. And then you drop it into a cast iron skillet.
Get the sear.
Perfect.
On 1 second. Gotcha. Now, it's not as good as when Rebel does it. I'm just teasing you, Rebel. Hopefully he's hate lurking and he'll come out and show us, just like Michelangelo, how ripped he is cooking that steak.
The government says the world is flat. I saw it on their website.
We can't help it, Wilson. He once came on and we thought he had his camera on, and we realized that it was a loop of a shirtless, tall, dark, and handsome man cooking a steak. But it was just an endless. Because after 20 minutes, we were like, he's not doing shit.
Yeah, he wasn't. He wasn't on that, unfortunately, very long.
Nonetheless, with that, I'm sending so much love. We should all be making a fantastic reverse seared steak. But I'm sorry, Wilson. We are Skeptic and Ranting on a question atheists can't answer. What are your thoughts? Good night, James. good night, everyone. And what are your thoughts about the topic or anything we've been talking about tonight?
Well, obviously, atheists that something came from nothing. Life came from non-life.
Okay, I'm gonna get it. Give me 1 second. Let me try this one more time. Because I'll be honest with you, I got it wrong every time I did it. Let's try that one more time. I'm sorry, Wilson. We're skeptic and ranting on a question atheists can't answer. I love you all. And what are your thoughts about the topic?
Well, I'm trying to pose the question that, the answers that atheists can't answer. Where did life come from? It came from nothing. It came from non-life because, yeah, I'm an idiot, but we're all composed of atoms. Atoms are not alive.
Right.
So what happened before the Big Bang doesn't matter.
We don't know.
Well, according to fucking Aaron Raw, all that existed in the galaxy was, energy and hydrogen. Well, yeah, you can make all kinds of matter out of hydrogen if you fuse it together.
Right. Yeah. You need stars to make the matter. That's why there wasn't any heavy elements in the early universe. You hadn't made any of them yet.
But once again, I'm an idiot. But I like to ask questions.
Hey, ask away. We all like to ask questions. We don't always get the answers we want. Some questions we don't have good answers for, and that may be frustrating. I think the idea of just making up an answer may be appealing to some because at least you have an answer, but I don't think it works.
Well, it's like the question, do you believe that the universe is infinite? If you plopped yourself in the fucking Starship Enterprise and you shot yourself in one direction, could you go that way forever?
Yeah, the physicists are divided on that. They just don't know. I mean, I tend to think yes, but then again, it's just conjecture because there's so much we don't know. What do you think, Wilson? Do you know? You don't know? You have thoughts on it?
I believe that space is infinite.
Right.
But
what happens if you just keep going and you keep going? And what is there, a wall there? Well, what's beyond that?
Yeah, it's can't stop, won't stop. You just keep on going.
It would seem to be. Then you get the notion that space-time itself is actually a thing. Space is itself a thing. Yeah, it has inherent properties and an inherent amount of energy to it. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's the universe's energy, so I don't think that we play a part. To me personally, I think that the universe just exists. It's ultimate and eternal.
I think most people would say, in some sense, the theists, they got kind of high and mighty with this. Oh, so the universe had a beginning, the Big Bang. It had a beginning, just like the Bible says. But, well, the Big Bang is certainly it marks a huge transition. It marks I don't know if you want to call it a rebirth, but it doesn't mean that there wasn't anything before that. Or that was the first thing that there ever was.
I've tried to make this argument numerous times, is that when people...
Here in a second.
I'm sorry?
We'll get Pat in a second, but I'll let you make your point.
Well, if people try to talk about how the universe began, I don't think it began. I think that time began when like the whole Big Bang thing happened. But no, I think the universe is just kind of a thing that exists. It goes through a cycle, but it's this whole idea that, well, who created it? Well, no one created it.
Amy had to go to bed, so she just got off about 5 minutes ago. But she's got to work in the morning. We are still trapped in this late stage capitalism game that we're doing, so she's still got to work, unfortunately. But let's see here. We can get our resident archaeologist on. Mr. Pat Lowinger, how you doing, Dr. Pat? What can we do for you tonight?
I'm not Dr. Pat.
Not yet.
I just wanted to talk about some of the claims regarding slavery, as far as it being, decried by the church and outlawed by the, he said by the Middle Ages. Well, first of all, how are you defining Middle Ages? Because we typically define Middle Ages as that transition between, period of scholastic stagnation, right, in Western Europe that goes to about the 13th or 14th, and some historians make it the beginning of the 15th century, right? So let's just say basically up to 1400. And this is one of the apologetics that I really think people need to understand, is that when Christians want to cite, and I'm just talking about the apologists, not the average Joe Christian on the street that really just admits slavery was an awful thing, and when they read the Old Testament, they don't understand how God could ever endorse such a practice. But when you actually look at, people will always want to cite. They're one of the big, when you do research in this, apologists will say, well, in the very beginning, very late, early beginning of the 7th century, sometime around 602, Pope Gregory I banned people from buying Christian slaves. Well, when you actually look into what was written by Pope Gregory I, all he did was ban Jews from owning Christian slaves. So
you could have a Jewish person owning a Christian. That would be
prior to, right? Which was prior to that date, had been legal, right? So again, and then they'll talk again about, I forget which pope it is, but, in the mid 8th century, they'll talk about, well, again, slavery was abolished. It wasn't abolished in the mid 8th century. What it was the pope during that period, sometime around 750, 755, ruled that Christian slaves could no longer be sold to Muslims, and particularly couldn't be exported out of Christendom to Muslim territories. So think about what that was. Basically, hey, we don't want the Muslims buying our slaves anymore if they're Christians. Now, what's important to understand here, this had nothing to do about non-Christians being transported into Roman states or into the areas of Roman Christendom, right? Because again, we're talking about in the Byzantine Empire, they still consider themselves the Romans, and you have the emerging states that are Western Europe, right? You have the Ostrogothic kingdoms for a while, and then
the Holy
eventually,
Roman Empire.
Right, the Holy Roman Empire in those regions. But we really don't see any major curtailing in any major way of slavery. And really, it's kind of the 14th century, sometime around between 1410, 1425, France actually abolishes both serfdom and slavery, right? So again, but that's one of the few kingdoms that does it early on. And then you have later, towards the end of the 15th century, sometime around 1580, 1585, Isabella I of Castile, she actually outlaws the taking of slaves in the Americas, right? So she's talking about, okay, we're going to abolish slaves in everywhere except the Americas, and including the Americas, unless they are been determined by the church and local authorities to be engaged in what they called acts of a heinous nature, which basically they were extremely hostile to the church, like they resisted Christianization, or that they were accused, they didn't have to be proven, but were accused of being cannibals. So that left a big gate for even indigenous people of the Americas being enslaved after that time. But you really don't see any major reform until it's the 16th century where popes start saying, okay, we're not going to start enslaving people in the Americas, and it takes a long time. I mean, this is something 17th, 18th century. So when he was saying, "Oh yeah, Christians had largely ended it by the end,"
died out.
He's blatantly misrepresenting facts, cherry picking his data points, which I see to be very common, and doesn't undertake the fact that slavery was a very popular economic form until really, the beginning of the 18th, and in our case, the 19th century. So
my sweet summer child, you have no idea how much bullshit I've encountered over the internet.
Well, I'm sure you have. It just, this is what I call the constant drib of bullshit that comes out. But they will cherry pick. They'll go, yeah, well, the Christian church banned slaves being sold in the 7th century. I'm like, no, they only banned one particular practice, right? It was specifically one group of people, Jews, which lived inside, the purview of the Eastern Roman, and remaining, you talk about under the Justinian period, under, you couldn't have Jews buying Christians, slaves. But that had nothing to do with Christians selling to other Christians. Now, was it generally believed that Christians should treat their Christian slaves better than they did quote unquote heathen slaves? That was the general theme among many various leaders, both as far as rulers of various kingdoms, but also the general theme among the church. And then you got to start dividing the Eastern and Western church, because there seems to be a divide as well, particularly after the break between East and West. And this is the kind of issues people don't want to talk about. When you actually start getting down and counting the data points, there's fewer data points than they want. They just want to say, well, by the middle of the Middle Ages, which is, the 10th century, basically, slavery was basically done in Christian countries. And the truth is that's a huge lie. And we have a lot of historical data points to actually fact check against to prove that wrong.
Well, you can see in the 17th century when slavery was becoming an institution in America, it was a completely Christian institution. And what it basically initially happened, it seems like, was they had imported a lot of indentured servants, and their indentures were coming up. There wasn't really much work for them to do. It was kind of becoming a problem. What do we do with all these people that their indentures over? There's no jobs for them to do because we're importing more servants for that. So then they came up with the idea of just enslaving them. But the principle that they came up with was, you could not enslave a Christian. That doesn't mean you couldn't have a Christian as a slave. But you could not enslave him as a Christian. So the actual formula was that if you had been brought to the United States from a foreign country, and you were not a Christian in that country, then you were a slave, even if you converted to Christianity afterwards. But if you were a Christian and you were brought over, well, then you serve your indenture and then you're done. But even then, there were rules based on how you would treat there were more limitations on what type of correction you could issue to a slave versus a white Christian servant that got certainly some more protections under law.
And I'm not trying to make a joke about this. Like, I realize that slavery existed in the 18th century, 19th century. It was a thing. But I have heard people say, like, slavery during the 19th century, yeah, they were just all indentured servitudes. They signed a contract when they were brought over on the boat.
Initially, maybe. A lot of them did.
It's the same people that are trying to make the argument that, like, the Civil War was not about slavery. Yes, the fuck it was.
Well, they'll say, well, it was about states' rights. Well, states' rights for what? States' rights to maintain slavery. Yeah, but it's states' rights. Well, what right were they concerned with? Slavery.
I'm sorry that the federal government said that we can't own slaves anymore. If you want to secede, fuck around and find out.
Right.
Uh,
I think Leo Felius is back there, so we'll get him in. Let's see what he has to say to this. Welcome aboard, Leo Felius. How you doing tonight?
I'm tired because I'm not usually up this late. That's why I've been missing a lot of your guys' streams. But with respect to the video, there's 2 points that I want to make. The first one is I do think that when the guy gave some examples of like how atheists respond to the moral question, as I often call it, that theists, particularly Christians and oftentimes Muslims as well, like to levy against non-believers. I think that they were actually good examples. I have to be honest. I think a lot of atheists out there actually give really bad responses when asked about morality by a theist. And I think that's because amongst primarily new atheism, there is more of a disdain for philosophy, which is the one subject you need to understand anything about morality. I hate to break it to you. The hard sciences say fucking nothing about it. If you think they do, I'm sorry, you're wrong, and you need to learn some metaethics. That being said, the guy in the video didn't understand metaethics either. His entire argument was pretty much that, well, yeah, but if you don't believe God, then what objective standard do you have for determining that slavery is wrong? I got you. But that assumes that there's an objective standard there at all that can be used for making determinations in some stance independent about what is right and what is wrong. Well, I'm a moral anti-realist. I would just outright reject that. What's the argument for moral realism? I don't think that there are any that are good. So, and just for people who might not know, moral realism is the view that there are moral facts which hold true independent of people's stances, things like beliefs, desires, aims. And moral anti-realism is the view that there are no such stance-independent moral facts. All moral facts are only in virtue of whatever particular stance is informing that moral judgment. So, not a good video, but at the same time, I just got to be honest because I criticize my own camp when I think that when they give bad answers for things. And that actually happens more frequently than I'd care to admit. But yeah, I do think atheists ought to do oh look, I'm making normative judgments now. That atheists ought to do more to better understand ethics and why, because the big one that really irritates me and a lot of other atheists, ethicists or meta-ethicists or moral philosophers or moral psychologists is when people try to reduce morality to evolution. Darth
Dawkins.
Like it's pure biology.
Is much more by society, culture, tradition, much broader things than evolution or evolutionarily developed traits. That being said, I do think that certain evolutionarily developed traits assist humans in getting to a point where they can begin to develop moral systems. Obviously, evolution is at the root of that in the sense that we are evolutionarily evolved creatures. So things like empathy and altruism, the fact that we are a highly social species, that we are cooperative and interactive with one another, it's going to be those features that develop the social and cultural systems and the traditions that eventually themselves inform moral statements or moral judgments that humans happen to make. But I would not say that it is evolution directly in any sense that does that. And finally, I did want to comment on the slavery and the Civil War, because while I think that slavery as an institution that existed played into why the Civil War happened, because if slavery didn't exist, it wouldn't have, I don't think that the North and South fought over slavery. I think that's just a bit too reductive. I think what was going on with the Civil War, and I'm a Marxist, so naturally I take a historically materialist analysis when looking at this. I think that what was happening is that humans were developing industrially and were slowly losing the need for slaves because we were developing technologies that could outwork them and outdo them. These technologies were largely being implemented by the industrialists in the North. This is part of the reason why the North had higher populations, higher GDP, stronger economies, more wealth, better education, because the North was more industrialized versus the South. So
that's fair.
This is a bit simplistic. But I would say that the Civil War was largely a proxy war between the industrialists in the North and the landowners in the South, who fought over the territory of the United States as a slowly moved westward. Southern landowners wanted slaves so that they could maintain their livelihoods, and the industrialists in the north wanted the land for their factories and their mills and all of that stuff, and extracting resources so that they could maintain their interests. And I think that the Civil War was really a culmination of that. Obviously, slavery sits somewhat at the center of that. It's an attempt to get rid of that institution by the industrialists so that their technology is all there is to do this and make more money. And the slave owners did want, I mean, in 9 of the 11 letters of secession, it was outlined that preservation of the institution of slavery was cause for the war. So it's not like slavery had nothing to do with it, but I would argue I don't think it was the central feature. It played a very important part, but personally, and people are free to disagree with this, that's fine. I personally think that it was only really a tangential aspect.
It was definitely a issue.
Yes, I think it was definitely an issue that related to the Civil War.
Because we're talking about like the conservative South against like the liberal North.
What I like to point out is that
go ahead,
that like slavery is like objectively wrong is that, well, you know, nobody really noticed that until it became where it was not an economic, it was viewed as not an economic necessity anymore. Only once it became that where the North started to pull ahead, like, hey, we don't need this massive labor force, and it's kind of fucked up that we're enslaving these people. But when it was a necessity, everybody just accepted it.
I don't know what's interesting about that. Notice how throughout most of human history, where slavery was a primary feature of our mode of production, nobody, and I'm speaking about like the majority of people here, not the little one-offs that kind of thought slavery was dumb and we shouldn't be doing it. Notice how the vast majority of people, I would argue around the world, didn't begin to see the horrors of slavery until it became an unnecessary feature of production.
Right.
But when slavery was necessary for human production and the sustenance of human civilization, most people didn't think it was wrong. And so that's how environment, and primarily the means, what are often called the forces of, or the means of production, are integral in informing how humans look at things morally. Many people defend capitalism today. That's largely because or thought about ways that humans could go about production broadly that don't use capitalist strictures. There are some people who have looked into those potential alternatives, and so they're much less committed to the system under which we currently live. And I think that was probably the case with a lot of anti-slavery people that existed in the 15 and the 16 and the 1700s, is they felt that the rise in the technology didn't really, kind of made slavery obsolete. And I think that that's probably what informed the move away from slavery and the view that, well, it's not just that it's not necessary. This is, like you said, James, we kind of went, this is at the same time actually kind of fucked up that we're doing it this way. Right. But that only became a broad mentality once slavery became unnecessary.
It was not an economic necessity. Yeah,
Exactly. I think we're slowly seeing that with capitalism, and that's why more and more people are being disenchanted by the system itself.
Well, it's the way that we're looking.
Am I the only one that Leo is kind of breaking up?
He was a little bit, yeah. I mean, it was a little robot-y for parts of it, but I think we understand most of what he was saying.
Another thing I wanted to point out, you were there, I think, for a little bit of it, James. The discussion that me and Mark and Amy had with Sam on Redefine Living on Standing for Truth, Strangling the Truths channel, where he was asking effectively about foundations of morality, like what is that sort of, what is this ultimate standard that you use for determining what is right and what is wrong? And I answered the way that I think most moral anti-realists would. I said my stances. And he just did not understand this at all. I'm actually going to be premiering that discussion that we had tomorrow on my own channel at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time. So if you didn't catch that and you'd like to, you can see it there. But yeah, it was pretty obvious that Sam doesn't really have a strong understanding of meta-ethics, much like the guy in the video we just watched.
You were able to have a conversation with Standing for Lies?
Well, no,
Sam
it was on his channel,
specifically
but he wasn't the
redefined
one I
living.
was talking with. Redefine Living, his name is Sam, was who I was talking with.
Redefined sodomy, I like to call him sometimes.
What?
Because standing for truth is the most backs. He's a fucking liar.
Well, of course he is. I think the guy is genuinely a Christian. I think that he believes in God. I don't know how much young earth creationism he genuinely holds to.
I disagree. I don't think that he's an actual Christian. I think that he's an internet Christian. The same way that I think that Darth Dawkins is an internet Christian. The same way that I think that Brett Keane is an internet Christian. The same way that I think that, G-Man is an internet Christian. Or Nephilim.
I guess I'm not really. Yeah, I guess I'm not really sure on what an internet Christian is.
Yeah, define the difference.
They're on the internet claiming to be a Christian to get clout.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I think you can do that and still be actually a Christian. You would just be using your Christianity to get money from people. But I mean, I think at the end of the day, those people are still Christians.
I don't think
that they genuinely believe in Christianity.
No. SFT is not Roman Catholic.
I didn't say he was a Catholic. He's not a Catholic.
No. Titan Uranus said that.
He okay, my bad. I thought you were responding to me.
No.
So, Darth Dawkins, trying to debunk every argument that Matt Dillahunty has ever made.
Dillahunty, yeah.
Not a huge fan of Dillahunty. He's made great arguments. He's made bad arguments. But everyone who claims to be a Christian online is trying to dogpile Matt Dillahunty.
Well, it's because he's probably one of the biggest names in atheism that exists today.
Mm.
That's why you always
probably
hear about either Matt Dillahunty or Richard Dawkins, because those are the only two that they know. Maybe you might hear about Lawrence Krauss, but the people that you will never hear, most Christians, particularly the creationists mentioned, are people like Graham Oppie, Schellenberg, Mackey, Paul Draper, people like this, people who throughout the 60s onward developed philosophical atheism and made powerful arguments against the existence of God that are used regularly today, such as various arguments from evil, logical, or more Bayesian, or I should say evidential arguments from hiddenness, and then more broadly arguments from failure, because arguments from hiddenness could be considered a type of argument from failure, which is an argument that states that if God is an omnipotent being, then that entails he's infallible, and thereby any aims or desires that God had would necessarily be fulfilled, because it's impossible for God to fail. He's omnipotent. So with hiddenness, you could argue that if it is true that God desires, he aims for a personal, loving relationship with every human, which would entail his revealing himself unequivocally to every human. And that's not what we observe. And God is obviously failing with respect to that desire or that aim, and thus that negates his omnipotence, and thus you can derive falsity of classical or neoclassical theism.
Yeah, there's lots of logical and inherent contradictions in religion, especially Christianity. Lots of logical problems with it.
Oh yeah, the concept,
the argument
whole concept of an omnipotent, omniscient mind makes no sense to me. Because anything that God willed, desired, or aimed for would just be the case. His beliefs wouldn't really ever change. His desires aren't ever going to change. He doesn't change his mind. He already knows, So this sounds almost like some sort of machine rather than an actual agent possessing intentionality and acting normatively, an agent possessing personhood. It doesn't really sound like that. So for me, it's just what, and the concept of a disembodied mind, I'm not sure about that either. I don't know what that is supposed to mean. So yeah, I think that there's just a lot of things in theism, particularly classical theism or neoclassical theism, more broadly, that, well, quite frankly, are just incoherent. They just don't seem to make any sense at all.
Well, you ask yourself, like, what was God? Was God lonely? Did he need to create people? They'll say no. He was fine. He was perfectly content without creating. Okay, so why did? Because he wanted people to love him, but he came
But then
up
why
with
doesn't
this way
why
of
doesn't
doing it.
everybody love him? You know.
He came. Well, he doesn't want to force you, Leo. He wants you to love him because you want to love him, and to do that.
But if we have libertarian free will, the response to that would just be, if we have libertarian free will, then God really couldn't force us to believe in him or worship him. I should say worship him, let alone believe in him, even if he unequivocally revealed himself to everyone, because there could still be resistant non-believers rather than non-resistant non-believers. And that's really the focus of, at least specifically, arguments from hiddenness. That it's not why doesn't God reveal himself to non-resistant non-believers, it's why are there any at all?
Well, right, because all the time in the Old Testament, the Jews knew that God existed. They interacted with him. He did miracles, and they still chose at times to worship other gods because that's the choice they made. It's not the fact that, oh, well, he revealed himself, he did miracles, so now they have to worship him. No, they still had the choice to worship other gods, a choice which they made quite frequently. Almost anytime you left them alone for more than 5 minutes, the first thing they did was want to worship other gods.
Yeah, it's strange how I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say that, I was always kind of brought up in a non-religious household that, you don't find God. God finds you. But then I've heard people tell me, like, the Sheik, God damn it, I'm stuttering. If you seek, you shall find. I've heard that argument. I'm kind of in a weird place right now. I'm going through a bit of a midlife crisis. I've heard a lot of good arguments for the belief in God. I've heard a lot of bad arguments for the belief in God. But it's just the whole idea, like, debunking evolution is not an argument for the belief in God.
It's also not coherent.
There is no online Christian that I would ever believe in. Darth Dawkins is not going to make me come to Christ. Brett Keane is not going to make me come to Christ. None of these online fucking Mr. Batman is not going to make me come to Christ, whether or not he tells me, repent or perish.
Well, speaking of that, we do have a Christian backstage who might make you come to Christ. We have Disciple Day backstage, so we'll get him in there. Welcome aboard, Chris. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Thanks for letting me listen and learn, as always. I really enjoy it. What was the name of that guy? The video?
Was it Lance?
No, the one that just showed
Brian Holdsworth or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
I was kind of half paying attention and multitasking, so hopefully that's not offensive. But I was thinking that's a pretty cool guy. He has a distinct look. He's like mild mannered. He'd be fun to hang out with, because inevitably he has different interests, I assume, other than whatever the content of the video. And he just seemed like an interesting guy. So that's one of the things I like about your show and shows like these is Christians and atheists and people of all different worldviews. We can come together and share our views, right? And love and respect each other and have good humor about it. I just find that there's something quite satisfying about that.
He was asking some decent questions in the video. I mean, I know that
the subject matter was less interesting to me than the fact that he seemed like a genuine guy. So I didn't have to get the sense where he's just out there trying to bully people with his beliefs, right? It seemed like he you know, he was just saying, here's how I see the world, you know, and it was, you know, he just seemed like an interesting guy. He had, like you said, he had an interesting look. He was like, he was just a cool character. Like, I'm like, that'd be a fun guy to get together with and just have a beer if that's what you do, you know? But I'm enjoying the topic. I think, you know, I'm a Christian, so obviously I think it's objective, I think is the word, right? I'm asking you my view of morality, objective. Right? Yeah. Right. I think
well, I mean, it would depend.
Okay.
Because the funny thing about a lot of Christian morality is they base it on God, but that's got problems. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess that's my basis, right? I mean, for me, it just is. And I think from what I heard from you, Leo, it's, you know, in my head, there's just two options, and I'm an overly simplistic thinker. It's like either, you know, one argument is morality just is. It's just a fact of existence. Like, you know, we could talk about how that is, but it just is. And the other option is we made it up, because it isn't. It doesn't actually exist. You know, we made it up, and that's I think both of those are possible answers. It seems, because either way you get to the same conclusion that a lot of people will agree on what is right and wrong. Right? Like, it can be made up, like just completely arbitrary in one sense, and yet we could agree just because that's the society we live in. Right?
I wouldn't use the word arbitrary. I would use the word contrived.
Well, sure. I mean, however it is, bottom line is it's just made up. It's not something that actually exists in and of itself. It's something that is made up. Like, we just decide to do it. View? What?
What would be wrong with such a view?
I'm not suggesting there is anything wrong. Like, I'm just sharing my thoughts. I don't, you know, I honestly have been wrong too many times in my life to really get too excited about anything. But other than, you know, again, as a Christian, I would say I have great faith there. I really believe it. But again,
you'd be really surprised on how many Christians I've spoken to about how it's objectively correct to own slaves.
Yeah, well, you know, again, every worldview is going to have different ideas within it. I think, I mean, it's hard to really find any worldview where it's like 100% consistency. I think that's just part of humanity. But for me, the way it appears,
my worldview is pretty consistent.
Well, maybe, but I hope it's developed as you've matured. Like, if you were born completely mature, you've had a different experience than me. You know, so for me, it's like the way it appears. Again, I'm just talking about the way it appears to me. It appears that, like, morality just is, and like our part in is we kind of like discover it and like interpret it, right? So there's like this. Again, I'm just sharing my view. I'm not saying it's correct. It's just how I see things. It is like it just is. It seems to me like you know, and this is, of course, of what values this, but it's just the easiest word I have is like I feel that. Like, that's what feels right in my experience. And so that may not be a good scientific word, but it's the best word to describe my experience. Is that, like, again, so there is some kind of real truth to what's right and wrong. But, you know, within all that, there's, you know, we kind of interpret it and we kind of make the best of it. And so we can actually disagree about how to get to what is ultimately good. Right. So, you know, one person may think, you know, a certain social service is good, and another may think, well, that's stealing from people who work hard, you know, and that's not good. And both are seeking good, right? They're both trying to do what's good. They just have different ways to get there in their mind.
Okay, so can I interject and, you know, ask the question that, you know, Ray Comfort asked Matt Dillahunty: is it objectively wrong to lie? Like, is it?
What's the question? That you're asking me that question?
Yes.
Again, I think there are nuances within it. So remember, I said there's an objectivity, and then there's our interpretation and the way how we've discovered it. So, is it objectively wrong to lie? I think that depends on your definition of lie, and I'm not trying to be manipulative there. You know,
to state something that is false intentionally.
Let me answer it this way, because I'm not afraid to say this. I don't know. Like, because remember, I'm not claiming I have all the answers to all this. I'm saying it's being discovered. And so to the best of my understanding, I would never lie. Now,
do you think that one ought to lie, all things considered? Or that one ought not to lie, all things considered?
I think one ought not to lie, all things considered.
Okay. Do you think that's true independent of what everyone else thinks?
Again, well, yes. Yep.
So then you think that lying is objectively wrong. You ought not do it, and that is true independent of other people's stances.
Right.
Okay, so the answer that Matt Dillahunty gave Ray Comfort was, if he was in the 1940s and Anne Frank was in his attic, if the Nazis came knocking, what's your answer?
And they ask, is Anne Frank in the attic?
Yes.
My answer is no, and I've sinned, for which I'll be forgiven, because God understands. That would be my answer.
So it's
but
see, that seems to be somewhat contradictory.
That doesn't seem to be contradictory.
I would say it does. I can explain why I think so, because
Sure.
Anne Frank is just one example, but so you're harboring Jews, and the Nazis come to your door, and you say that you would lie to them about harboring Jews, and that regardless you have sinned, but that God will forgive you for understanding. Would you say that in that situation you ought to have lied to the Nazis, all things considered?
No, I don't. Again, I think that's a oversimplifying and yet overcomplexifying.
So then why did you? In such a situation, why would you have lied if you don't think it's what you ought to do?
Because there's an ethic that overrides, a principle that overrides everything, and it's the way we understand the law, and that's love God and love your neighbor. And so that's, I mean, Jesus made that very clear. It's like there are these individual laws, but understand the overarching principle. What we're trying to live out in living out the law is loving people. And so sometimes that will come at conflict. I don't think the Bible tries to hide that.
So is lying a sin?
Yes, I thought we already answered this question.
Okay, so if you would say to the Nazis that no, there are no Jews in my attic, you just committed sin, therefore you are of the devil.
No, that again, that's
just strange, because you said that you were forgiven because the sin was justified,
Leo,
right?
Leo, I'm on here sharing my ideas. I don't know why you're trying to attack my worldview. That doesn't seem to be.
I'm not. I'm just pointing out what I find to be inconsistencies in your worldview. I don't see anything wrong with doing that.
You don't know my worldview.
Well, I'm going based off of what you're saying here, and that's why I'm levying questions more than I am statements, is so that I can better understand what your moral view is, and then offer criticisms where I see
Leo,
can you be direct with me, Leo? And are you? I'm just asking because I don't know, but I'm just telling you how it feels. I mean, again, that is one way to interpret the world, and it feels like you weren't as much trying to learn my worldview as you were to try and prove it false right away. Saying, do you believe in sin? Yeah, well, you're trying to show me a contradiction in my worldview when I'm actually I'm talking about this moral objectivity. And yes, you're taking it through, and you're talking about, are you getting to the point of the absurdity of moral objectivity? Or are you trying to
that's not what I'm getting to.
Absurdity of my Christianity?
No, that's not what I'm getting to. What I was trying to do was demonstrate that I think that there's going to be an explicit normative contradiction in what you've outlined. That's why I was asking questions more than making statements, to make sure that I properly understood what you said, so my criticisms are well placed.
I appreciate that, and again, your criticisms are welcome. It's just not what I'm here to talk about. As far as it. If you want to talk about sin, as far as how I interpret it through the Bible and that lens, we can talk about that. But I'm saying I believe that morality, right? So here's what I'm saying: just is. I believe it just is, and I believe
independent of God.
No, I think all reality exists in God. So there is no such thing as reality outside of God. I don't know what that would be.
I don't know what it would mean then to say that morality just is, because that seems to be saying that it's a brute contingency and therefore isn't contained within or dependent on anything else. It just is that way and there isn't any explanation. But that doesn't seem to be saying the same thing as morality being contained within God, in which case it's contingent on God. Okay. And so it's not brutally contingent then.
So I'm free to say you're speaking over my head. Okay, because my view is very simple. To me, I believe morality just is.
I guess I don't know what you mean when you say that. Then
you don't know what I mean when I say it.
Yeah,
I mean that morality is just a fact that it exists. Not as far as, of course, we know it exists.
Why does this fact obtain?
It obtains right and wrong.
Why does the fact obtain? Like, what makes the fact a fact?
It just is.
So yeah, that's a brute contingency.
I don't. Okay, explain brute contingency and why it can't just be
something that is some way, and it could have been different, but it isn't different, and there is no explanation internally or externally for why it isn't different, even though it could have been. That's you're saying that morality just is. It could have been that it wasn't, but it is. It could have been different, and there is no explanation for why it is rather than that it isn't. So that's just a brute contingency. It seems like you're saying that morality is just brutally contingent, and then it wouldn't be in any way dependent on God.
Can I just chime in and say that morality just is, but it definitely has contingencies?
Well, it would be contingent if it just was. It wouldn't be necessarily existent.
All right, Leo, listen to me very carefully. Can you explain your worldview without God?
Yes, absolutely.
MK, mute him. that was my Darth Dawkins impression.
There you go.
That
one
insufferable fucking
show.
cunt.
Thank you, Wolfe.
There's somebody backstage also, James, that wants onto the stage. I don't know if you know who it is and don't want to bring him on.
We're good. Yeah, we're good.
Can I ask who it is? I'm kind of curious.
It's Mr. Bubblegum.
Oh, you should let him in. That'd be funny. At least give us some entertainment.
It's Mr. Who?
It's Bubblegum Gun.
Oh, I thought I heard Mr. Batman. Like, holy crap!
How do you account for the law of identity, sir?
I was a teacher, sir.
I think maybe Chris would say that maybe it just is because it is. Maybe that's the most.
Yeah. And what I was
maybe there's a higher level understanding that we just don't have access to.
What I'm saying is very simple. I'm not even saying that. I'm simply saying, in my view, right? Morality is a fact, and we can get into the nuances of that. That's fine. But I'm just stating my view as simply as I can. I think morality is just a fact, and yes, how that plays out is very complicated. But I think it's just a fact. I think, I wrestle, if I were to ask a question that seems simple, and I probably shouldn't because I know we're going to get going here, is who's more important, like the individual, ultimately, the individual or the group?
Well, I think from an evolutionary standpoint, it seems to be the group.
To me, well, it's a very complex question because ultimately it's a question of value, right? I mean, that's how else do you get an answer, right? You compare the value of both. And you're right, Leo, in saying, well, the value of the group from an evolutionary standpoint. So there you have some sort of standard to say it's the group, Well, if you ask the group, they would likely say the group, right? I didn't hear you, Leo. Sorry.
Oh, I just said I don't think evolution prescribes values because I don't think that the natural world makes any sort of normative.
No, but we do. Right?
Did we learn nothing from Wrath of Khan?
But that was kind of the point.
Value judgments.
Do you think that moral statements are true only in virtue of a person's stance or stances, I should say, or do you think it's true independent of them?
No, I think, I'm sorry if I haven't made that clear. Forgive me. I think it's a fact. I think there's just moral fact. So,
well, I think there's moral facts, but I think that they're only true in virtue of a stance. I'm a moral anti-realist, whereas a moral realist would say that they are true independent of stances. So what sort of makes any moral statement a fact? A stance or something else.
Right. Stance is something made up, right? Because it's not something absolutely.
Well,
like
a stance would be something like a belief, a desire, or an aim would be a stance that a person has.
So nothing objective. It's subjective. We've decided this is the stance we should take.
Stance.
Right.
Yes, it's stance
so
dependent.
It's subjective. So it's made up. I'm not saying that to be offensive. That's what you do.
Well, I don't know what you mean by made up.
Well, that means it doesn't. It's not just a fast fact that is. I'm
not sure what that means. That's so like a brutally contingent fact.
Those are words over my head. I'm simply saying, if is that fact exist outside of human existence?
I would say no.
Okay, so that's what I was asking. So people make it up, right? People
I'm confused by that language. I don't think that like morality is made up. I think it's contrived largely from human practical reason.
What does contrived mean? I don't know what that word means.
Like developed by humans, abstracted by humans for reasons, but not extended through the actual physical world.
But I would call it subjective, but not necessarily just made up. Not like just pulled out of nothing.
Let me try to bridge the gap. Would you agree that we as a people are able to, come up with objective truths?
Can you give me an example so I know what I'm
answering? Who are you asking?
Anyone on the panel. Can we all agree that, pedophilia is objectively wrong?
No, I don't agree with that. I'm a moral anti-realist. There are no objectively true moral statements.
Yeah, I'm a moral.
Any moral statement is true only in virtue of a stance that a person or a shared stance that a group of people have. Pedophilia is wrong because humans have collectively decided through their practical reasoning that these aren't things that we want to occur to young children. And so we're going to write rules that punish people who do it and that attempt to deter people from doing so. There's nothing objective about any of it. Not in my view, at least. I mean, like, I can go really extreme with it. And obviously this is a very extreme hypothetical, but the extremity of the hypothetical isn't the point. The consistency in the system that which it's being applied to is the point. I would go so far as to say, because I'm an anti-realist, that if there was like an extraterrestrial race that came down to human and said, you had to rape this child, or we're going to kill literally every human on the planet if you don't rape this child, I would say the child ought to be raped in that instance, because I think that that's the best decision, because I think that 8 billion lives, including the life of that very child, is a bit more important.
See, that's what I was getting at earlier is, which, what do you do? Save the individual or save the group? So if I heard that correctly, you're saying at some point, the survival of the group, which could, let's say, to the extreme, be the human race, outweighs the rights or the life, let's say, of the individual. And that's a tough scenario.
I'm quite that generally.
Well, but it's a tough scenario because the group can be an awful bunch, right? They could be a nasty bunch, like by whatever standard you find nasty.
Well, at least in the instance that I just provided, I would not be a hard decision for me to make. Unequivocally, the child. Like, I'm sorry, 8 billion people, including that very child's life, is way, way more important. And I think that despite it being probably quite hesitant, that's honestly what most people would pick. And I don't understand why people have to be so hesitant about it. Just be consistent with whatever your morals are.
Yeah, and that's why, again, so at that fundamental level, to me, you're at a problem of, again, now, of course, these ethics may not exist, right? But that's kind of like you remember the Noah's Ark story from the Bible?
I'm quite familiar. Yes.
Yeah, and I'm not here to debate the literal interpretation of the story, but what I'd say is there's this idea, because in the Noah's Ark story, it's the idea of killing the wicked group. And yes, I get it. Babies were in there, and okay, so I've already know this, but that's the idea: kill the evil group, and you save the righteous one. And of course, you can't just save Noah in the story because otherwise people can't repopulate the earth. But but that's the idea of the story, is like in that scenario, right? Because it on the one hand makes sense because we all understand that's the just thing, because you have the evil group. And again, I understand in the nuances, we could say, well, babies were the babies evil, but I'm just talking about the general overarching idea. So you kill the evil group and you save the righteous one. And that's like, and that seems just, but there's this other part of it where, like you've pointed out, Leo, where it's like, well, then you have a problem, because maybe the needs of the group, even though they were a despicable bunch, maybe that's the right answer, because boy, you have a heck of a time justifying killing, let's say, millions, including babies and those things, and just let this one dude live, so there's a definite tension there, right? And that's like the flood story. And then in my worldview, the opposite, of course, you have the Christ story, which is you kill the righteous individual to save the group. But the problem is that becomes unjust, right? It's unjust to kill the righteous one to save the wicked group. But of course, in the Bible story, the one who's kind of like, it's the idea of the continual good, right? The guy who's always going to do good, he chooses to lay down his life, and so you honor his goodness in allowing him to die. That just honors his goodness, because that's what he would do. And so in that scenario, you have this kind of overall picture of good and evil, and good ultimately gets victory. Like, that's the idea. I'm not saying you have to agree with the story. I'm not here to talk about the inerrancy of the Bible. I'm just saying that's the way I see the story. So all I'm sharing is my view of the story. And then, of course, the idea is there's a resurrection, showing that even as good triumphs over evil by laying down its life, good still reigns. And again, I'm not here to debate the Bible. I'm just sharing, it gives my answer to that ultimate question of which one, the individual or the group. And so I, as an individual, I can choose to lay down my life for the group, even if they're my enemies. I always have that power, let's say, like to choose in my goodness, nothing to do with them. I can always choose in my goodness to lay down my life for the group. And so it's motivated me to do wonderful things. Again, I'm not saying this is the picture for everyone, and I'm not trying to build myself up because I'm, listen, I'm not out of place.
When you describe things as wonderful, what exactly are you saying about them? I'm saying, in this particular context.
Well, I'm saying things that I consider wonderful because you might not, right? So that's certainly possible. But when
can you repeat that? I'm sorry, there was a bit of a glitch.
I said, I think you asked what do I mean when I say wonderful.
Yeah, you say that you feel inclined to do wonderful things. I was asking, well, when you describe things as wonderful in this particular context, what precisely do you mean by that? What is it that you're saying about these things?
Well, I'm saying from my perspective, they're wonderful. Like I see.
Yeah, but what do you mean by the word wonderful? What are you describing about these things when you use that specific word?
I'd be more interested in you taking a guess.
Okay, my assumption would be that you're making it's some sort of normative judgment that these things are valued and that they ought to be done.
Yeah, I'm not. If you can just meet me here, I'm not asking you to state the idea behind which I choose things that are wonderful, or how I subjectively. Okay, I'm asking specifically. Take a guess at something I would do and say that's a wonderful thing to do.
Oh, that I don't know. And I was asking what you mean
can take
by
a
that
guess.
word, not examples of it. I can take a guess at what you mean because that's what I'm talking about.
No, take a guess at something I might do. Yeah, just
well, I don't really care about examples because they don't get to the broader issue that I'm talking about.
But why? It's just a simple question. I'm not trying to
I want your Leo, understanding of the term that you used.
I think you, Leo, you may have given money to someone who needed it. Have you ever done that?
Oh, okay. I don't see why this is relevant. Yeah, I don't see why this is relevant to what you mean when you describe things as well. Because it's not relevant.
It's relevant to me because
well, that's fine. But I asked a
wonderful
question, and I still haven't gotten an answer to it.
But are you trying to debate me, or are you trying to learn?
No, I'm trying to understand what you mean by something that you said.
Yeah. So what I say, okay, so since I'm confused by why you can't answer the question. I'm not trying to be rude, but when I say wonderful, I mean things like it's compelled me to give to the poor. It's compelled me to help children in need.
Yeah, but why would you describe those things as wonderful? What does the word mean when you call donating to poor people or working at a soup kitchen wonderful? What are you saying about those things when you use that word? What does the word wonderful mean to you in the context of ascribing that word to those actions? What are you saying about those actions?
I don't think that's really that confusing. I think most people I said that to, they'd understand exactly what I mean. And so I'm confused why you don't understand.
And you're talking to other people at the given instance. And I don't understand what you mean.
I think you understand what I mean. I'm not trying to be rude, but I really think you get it.
That's why I'm asking. I don't know what I mean. And when I gave an example of what I thought you might mean, that you might just be referring to, well, donating to the poor is wonderful in the sense that I ought to do it. It ought to be done. That's what I would presume you mean when you call things like that wonderful. If you don't, then I don't know what you mean.
When I say, when I say giving to the poor, that is a way of expressing value.
So when you say that something is wonderful, it's expressing value, that you value that thing?
No, when I say something wonderful, okay, I really, I don't understand how, if the word wonderful coming out of my mouth is confusing to you, I don't believe it's genuine. I'm just being honest with you, Leo.
Well, it's because
I think you're trying to find a way to come in and say, to get me on the word wonderful. And that's weird.
No, what I'm trying to do is understand what concept you have in your mind when you use the word wonderful in this sense, because a lot of people can mean a lot of different things by that word.
So let me ask you something.
There isn't like a univocal one-time only definition for the word wonderful.
Do you have a mom?
What relevance does that have to you telling me what you mean by wonderful?
Because it's easy. Because, who can you name one person you know, and without asking the relevance and at least allow me to try?
I don't understand why this is relevant. I just want to know what you mean by the word wonderful.
Because I have a feeling you have people you know, and if I were just to say, let's say you know Jane, and I were just to go, Jane tells you, Leo, that's wonderful. Tell me what Jane would mean. And I think you could easily tell me. I have no idea,
because I would need to know what that is and the context in which wonderful is being prescribed to.
Again, Leo, I admit this is not me pretending to be humble. I don't have any degrees. I'm not here as a professional debater. I'm just sharing my worldview, and it's really weird to me that when I say something's wonderful, your response isn't to have immediate understanding of that, like that, and that only in some kind of disingenuous attempt to try and pick apart the word wonderful. Would you pursue
I'm not trying to pick apart the word. I'm just trying to understand what you mean by it.
Well, I think it's obvious. I think most people, if I were to say something,
I don't.
I know, I get that, but that's a weird way to live. I don't think when your mom says something's
How
wonderful,
is it weird to live?
Mom, what do you mean by wonderful?
I don't get that.
Because I don't think you treat people that way.
You're telling me that you've never been in a discussion where somebody used a term or a phrase, and you were like, I'm not really sure what they mean by that. That's literally not once ever happened to you?
Not with a common word like wonderful, and not where it was pressed to the point of.
But that's the thing about common words. Because they have so many usages, they can be quite confusing. I don't know if you mean wonderful in more of a normative sense here, which if you're making some sort of value judgment with the term, it's going to be normative. I don't know what you mean. I have no clue what concept you have in your head.
Let's say the normative sense. I don't know what that means, but I'm willing to say it's in the normative sense, because I'm not here to argue.
So that means that when you say that, say, saving a child from drowning is a wonderful thing to do, what you're saying is it ought to be done. It is a thing you ought to do. Sure. Donating to poor people is wonderful, by which I mean that you ought to donate to poor people.
Okay.
Is that what you mean or not?
Well, that's at least certainly part of the idea. Sure.
Okay, so what are the other parts?
I don't know. I mean, to me, it's just obvious. It's again.
Well, what about it is obvious to you? Explain it to me, since I'm not understanding.
I don't know that. I honestly don't know if someone whose opinion you agreed with, right? If they came and said, this debate we're having tonight is wonderful, you would go, James W., what do you mean by wonderful? Explain wonderful to me. And then when I gave a simple, does it mean we ought to have a good debate? And
I would say
that
yes, probably that might be a part of it.
And I'm just going on my feelings. I admit that freely, but it doesn't seem sincere. It seems like you're trying to back me into some kind of corner. I could be wrong.
Well, it can seem that way, but that's not what I'm doing. And psychologizing about my purported motivations isn't really going to help to move the discussion forward.
Well, neither is not just moving on from the word wonderful, I don't think. Because we're, if you think the word wonderful was the point of what I was saying.
I don't. I just didn't know what you meant by it, which I needed to understand your point.
Well, then you're just not going to get my point. I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
So you're okay with talking to people and not explaining yourself when they don't understand what you're saying?
Absolutely, because I think
then why do you have discussions with people if you don't care if they understand what you're saying?
I don't think you're being genuine here, Leo.
Well, you can think that, but you haven't given an argument for that, and it's not really relevant to the discussion.
Why don't you? That's fine. Again, I'm not here to debate you, Leo, but I can certainly question your intentions, and you question mine. Feel free, but I'm being honest about it. I'm
not here to question your intentions. I don't really care what your motivations are.
But do you care about? Do you have compassion for me as a person?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Well, I'm asking you to move on from the. I'm just asking you as a person.
We can move on, but then I will have no understanding of what you were talking about. Like if I don't understand the words that people use and what they're referring to,
making you understand.
And see, like I've never understood why this is so difficult when people use words they can't explain what they mean by it. It's just it's obvious. What about it is obvious? Like it's not an explanation. And what this reveals, I'm sorry, I haven't finished. What this reveals is that when people use certain words, they don't even know what they mean by it, because if they could give you some coherent concept of what they mean when they use that word. What they're applying to the context under which they're applying that. When they can't do that, it's because they don't even understand their own words. And then the discussion breaks down.
Are you saying I don't understand my own words, and that's why it's breaking down?
No, what I'm saying is I don't think you understand what the words, how you're using the word wonderful. I think you just used the word.
And I'm telling you that I am too dense to understand that. Accept it. Then let me be.
Never have.
Right? Because at this point, if I'm too dense, if I'm too dumb, I'm not being a jerk. I'm telling you the truth.
I haven't said that at all.
No, I'm saying that. I am flat out telling you that I am too dumb to follow your line of reasoning. And so the only way my brain can put it together is that you're not being genuine. And so I'm willing to believe that you're being genuine, and I simply don't have the depth of intelligence or whatever's required to understand this line of inquiry. And so let's move on. And I get that means you won't understand my position, but I'm just incapable of sharing it with you.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Of course.
If I said that general covariance is an important part of general relativity, wouldn't you want to know what general covariance is? Wouldn't you want to know what that means?
Not necessarily, because like right now you're using the word, I don't know what it is, and I don't care.
Exactly. You don't know what it means. So hypothetically speaking, if you wanted to know what it meant, you would ask me what I mean by that, right?
Yes, and if you were capable
now,
of
what if I said, well, it's obvious. It's just obvious. You haven't taken a course in general theory, but it's just obvious. But then I didn't actually explain it. Would that be satisfactory to you?
Well,
no, but I'm saying I'm incapable of explaining
so
it.
So it would not be satisfactory to you. That's what you're saying. It would not be satisfactory for me to use a term, not tell you what it means when you don't know what it means, and then just claim what it means is obvious.
Yeah, but he's saying he can't tell you. So
is your goal?
Well, then why is he having discussions saying words when he doesn't know what they mean?
Well, I think that's how else is a human being supposed to respond? I don't understand your line of inquiry.
They respond by saying what they mean by the word. Like in the example I gave, I would respond to what general covariance is by saying that it's the idea that we can sort of, in a contrived way choose our coordinate systems, and it has no bearing on the truth of the laws of physics.
When I say wonderful, right, I mean I love people, and therefore I love what I believe benefits people.
Yeah, that's a normative usage, like I thought it was.
Okay. Well, sorry. Yeah.
Because a lot of people don't use wonderful normatively.
Okay. Well, I'm not really that interested in the word. I mean, I'm not trying to be mean, but I'm just not.
Well, neither am I. I just wanted to know what you meant by it, since
well, then I meant normative. I meant normative. I still don't know what that means.
You meant it in a normative sense, but wonderful wouldn't be synonymous with normativity.
Okay. fine. So my point again was, in my faith, it's just been for me, it's been a wonderful journey, and that's how I see it. So for me, it's empowering, because for me, I always get that choice to lay down my life, even for my enemies. And
why would you do that?
Why? Because
yes,
I choose
why?
to. No other reason. No other reason. Now you can say that's
you
dumb,
don't have
and I'm fine
reasons
with
why
that.
you choose it? There are no reasons why you've made that choice?
No. If people have gone out of their way to hurt you and gone out of their way to blow up things around you, and you're going to throw yourself down to save them, I'm sorry, that will not happen.
Oh, I don't. No. Okay, you're right. I'm talking about the ideal. I'm not talking about what I'm capable of. I don't know, because I'm just being truthful. Like when I was a kid, I'd lay in bed and sometimes I'd hear a creak at the door, and I was convinced if a burglar broke in, I'd get in and save my family. But the creak got too loud, and I hid under the bed covers. So the ideal of how I'd like to live out my life and what the reality of how I will live out my life aren't always going to align. My life hasn't turned out perfectly as I planned it. Far from it.
Not many do.
Yeah. And so again, that's the ideal. And again, you don't have to agree. I'm not trying to convince anyone that that's the ideal they should have. I'm just telling that we were talking about morality, and my points were on the video. I thought that was I thought that was a cool guy. I thought we could all agree that that'd be a fun guy to hang out with. I thought we could all agree that.
But hang on. But shouldn't it be that morality is something that you use when needed?
Is that a question to me?
Yes.
I don't understand what that means. And
what that simply means is, if you see someone attacking somebody, is it morale to have that you protect that one that's being attacked, or should it just be let?
I think
not
generally
a pending question.
Yeah, I think generally speaking, you help whenever you can, and I think, again, I'm just sharing my thoughts and my worldview. So when I say help when you can, help, right, with talking about wonderful, help's a complex question. What do I mean by help? Do I mean step in the middle of the fight? Do I mean call the police? Do I mean kill a guy if necessary? What does help mean? Do I mean just get in the middle and say repent and be saved? Right? What does it mean?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It comes from within yourself. It doesn't come from outside.
Well, I would agree. I think that's absolutely correct. It comes from within yourself. But of course, in my worldview, that's the idea of the Spirit of God living in you. So, and I'm not saying anyone needs to agree with that worldview. And you could think that's an abhorrent worldview and a stupid worldview, and that's fine. But that's just my worldview. So I would expect it to come from the inside.
Yeah, but I cannot understand. My parents, my childhood. My father is Roman Catholic. My mother is Lutheran. My grandmother was old Lutheran. I grew up in a congregational church. Okay? Now, when I put them all together, not one person, not one religion, not one Bible, different verses, different meanings. Why is that?
Well, you're asking me?
Yes.
Well, I don't know. That wasn't my experience. So I don't know why you had that experience and I had a different experience. I can't answer that.
Well, that's because you grew up with one religion. How many religions did you grow up with?
I grew up with none. I was what I would identify, though I'm sure we could have disagreement. I would identify as an atheist till I was 33.
Okay. Well, why even that word? You sound young. How old are you, young man?
I'm nearing 50. So
okay. Well,
thank you for the friendly compliment.
You're welcome. But I'm a lot older than you are. I grew up in a time when atheist, that word didn't even exist. I never even heard of that word until somewhere in the 2000s. Why is that?
Why didn't you hear about it till the 2000s?
Yes. Well, if if atheism just simply means what to who, atheism just means what? I don't know. No believing in God. Is that what they're saying? Or
I don't know. All I know is what I said. So what? I don't know if there's. I'm not here as an academic. I'm just here as someone sharing my worldview. But my view of it, was that I believed there was no God. So I don't know if that's.
Some of us they call them us lack theists, like we just don't have a belief in God. And there's some hard atheists who actually believe there is no God.
So I would have believed there is no God. Now I certainly didn't go out into the world saying I'm going to find some Christians and give it to them, But I did, when I encountered Christians who would try and share their faith with me, I certainly tried to counter, and I valued myself having done quite well, I thought, a couple times. So there are literally times where I could look back and say I may have been a part of talking that person out of belief. I'm not sure that happened.
But that's the point. Why believe in something that's not concrete and right in front of you, and you can touch, see, smell, or even hear that it's there?
Well, you can't do any of that with electrons, but electrons are physically real. You can't smell them, touch them, taste them, see them, hear them. There's a lot of theoretical.
I guess you can observe them,
but
you can measure them. Yes.
You won't get away with that, because electrons, neurons, all those sort of things can be tested. Name me one thing that can be tested from religion.
Well,
a lot of the claims that they make can be tested.
Well,
like the claim of Noah's flood. We can empirically test to see if Noah's flood happened. And you know what happens? We find out that it didn't. It's not even possible physically for it to have happened. That can be empirically tested, yes.
That's exactly what I'm saying. The things that are being said and done in that situation does not exist. Therefore, why and how can you believe and put faith in it?
Are you talking to me?
Anybody. Whoever's got an answer to that one. If you got some sort of, I'm not even going to say word proof, because there's too much of that going around. All I'm saying is that there is no reason for it. No Christian, no Muslim, no Buddhist, none of them, not one, can turn around and say they know it's real.
I would say I know it's real to the extent I can, so I'd be careful with that. But I don't know. I don't totally understand the question to the degree that so much of it is part of just what is real to me now. I mean, I just don't know how to. There's a part of it that's hard to articulate. But I think we are quick to dismiss experience because one, it's not always a good test of reality, right? And two, people can have conflicting experiences, and what do you do with that? But it means something, and just when I look back at life and view life through the lens which I have now, let's just for my sake say the kind of new lens God gave me, everything really adds up and makes sense, and I understand it doesn't to you. And the unfortunate reality is my faith system has a scapegoat for that because, and I'm just honest about that, but it's just true, right? It's because it's like, well, yeah, that's because, without God, you don't get it. And so it's like this paradox almost, right? It's like, well, without God, you don't get it. So how can you get it without God? And yet you need God to get, and I get that.
What?
And well, it's, because I'm saying the idea is
it's like you have to assume it's true. And
you have to seek God in order. I think, I'm sorry, Wilson brought it up. It's like you have to seek God in order to find him. And you have to some degree, right, at least have faith that he could be there, or why would you look?
Does God aim for everybody to know that he exists?
I heard this earlier. And I think you're trying to draw me into something say, well, then if he, is omnipresence or something like that, it's just not an argument I'm going to track with, because I think if I were to go through the Bible, because I did, with the lens of just the wrong view. I don't know how else to explain it. Forgive me for not being able to articulate it better. But
don't worry about that, brother.
But like all I can tell you is somehow it could be a biochemical reaction. It could be a environmental change. It could be whatever I ate that day. I don't know. That's not what I believe, but I'll grant you that. Something happened to me that totally transformed my life. And I wasn't in a low place. I was in a high place. In essentially, it's a not a story I can tell in 2 minutes. But all I can say is it so transformed my life. And I am a skeptic, and I've lived that. I don't know how old everyone is, but I've been a James Randi fan definitely before he became popular on the internet. And I'm a skeptic. I've never believed in ghosts, even as a little kid. I'm still skeptical of UFOs. It has nothing to do with my worldview on Christ. But
what about ghosts? Do you still have skepticism for them or not? Actually, genuine question.
Am I still skeptical of ghosts?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a complicated issue because we have an instance of the Bible, right, of a ghost appearing in one sense, and it's kind of a funny story because, it's like a witch. Witch brings forth the ghost. You're like, what the heck is this?
That's the Witch of Endor.
Yeah, the Witch of Endor, right? You got it. And yet also there's this idea of passing from death into life on the other side, and of course we understand those heaven and hell and all that. So it's a complicated question, and I don't know that I guess my answer is I don't know.
Okay. That's fair. It's completely fair.
And but what I do know, for me, I'm not saying you should know.
Hang on a second.
Go ahead.
You keep using the word "what you do know," and that's what I keep questioning. How can anybody say they do know?
Thank you. That helps me a lot. Okay, so let me rephrase that. I'm sorry I wasn't clear. What I do know that I believe. How's that? What I do know I believe. Okay, so I know I believe this. I know I believe that the narrative story of the Bible, when read by me, makes sense, and it tells the story. Let's say, I'm not going to argue the finer points because I think, again, we'll know what I mean when I say generally understood Christian story. Right? That's what?
Like that's a subtle equivocation on the word know. I mean, you are 100% correct to say that you know that you believe, but that's sort of a second order knowledge in the sense that it's not knowledge about, it's not like propositional knowledge.
Sure.
It's knowledge that you believe something. It's knowledge about another stance that you have. And I think, I could be wrong, but I think Zenith is talking about knowledge in the propositional sense, that like the proposition God exists, say, and I'm not saying that you do claim this, but that some Christians do claim to know that proposition. And how you worded it, I think it would just be easier to say that instead of saying you know that you believe, just say that you believe.
Yeah, well, I
think people think
absolutely.
The word belief is kind of dirty.
It's not dirty. It's true of everything we do. Like it's just because you say something's a fact doesn't you believe it. That's the fact. You believe that fact.
Well, a fact is usually going to be some proposition that is true in a stance independent.
Yeah, like the Earth is round is a fact, but some people don't believe it.
That's fine, but I can say I know the Earth is round. There are subtle differences between knowledge and belief. Knowledge is.
So
go ahead.
In that regard, then, I could, certainly in that regard in which you say the Earth is round, and I 100% agree. I know God exists, and so because
I don't know about that.
I'm not saying. I'm just telling you how I feel. I'm not telling you what's true in general. I'm saying what I'm literally just articulating how I feel. So you're saying you know that God exists or that the Earth is round to the sense that all debate about it is nonsense, right?
That is not what I mean when I say that I know.
Okay,
I'm making an epistemic statement about propositions that I assent to. So belief is at least a belief is at least a necessary prerequisite of knowledge, primarily in the propositional sense. Other forms of non-propositional knowledge. Anyway, where knowledge is generally given as justified, true belief. So there's something that you believe, something that you hold to be true, and you are justified. There are good reasons for why you hold to that thing being true. You're justified in the belief, and the belief is actually true. Sure. And it is true in a mind-independent way that the earth is round. It is not true in a mind-independent way that God exists. There are people who strongly believe it, who would claim to know it, but they don't know it. So when I use the word know, as in I know the earth is round, I am using it in a different sense. I would have to be using it in a different sense than when you say that you know that God exists, because you don't know that is true. Nobody knows that that proposition is true mind independently, and that's going to be the main feature. I think you're justified in the belief.
What do you mean? I don't understand what you mean mind independently.
Like independent of what people think. So the sun emits light, electromagnetic radiation, and that is true. That is
right. But if God exists, he exists whether people think so or not. Right? If God does exist, he exists whether people believe he does or not. Right? Just like the sun exists.
But we don't know if he exists like that. Nobody does. People can only believe it, but that does not mean that you're not justified. Because
why can't I don't understand that at all. I'm not saying it's not true. I'm saying I don't understand it. Either God exists or he doesn't. Yes. And I understand there's nuances there. Okay.
Yeah, but hang on a minute. Why I have trouble with all of that sort of stuff. All right, you want to talk about belief and all that sort of stuff, right? But if you go back to the Bible, in there, God said he created the heavens, the universe, and everything in it, correct?
You asking me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, where was he before he created the universe?
Yeah, that's exactly. I actually share that with people all the time because I find it's very cool. I'll say, God was simultaneously everywhere. He's simultaneously in a place, and he's simultaneously nowhere.
Be everywhere when it wasn't there in the first place.
Right. That's what you didn't. I was finishing. He's also, because I'll kind of have fun with Christians saying, do you know that it's true that God is nowhere? Because he's also outside of the where. He's not. He's also in the when. Yeah. So
and he's made of no thing.
Right.
You know what else has these three properties?
Nothing.
Non-existent things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that doesn't. But again, that doesn't. We can break down other things the same way and say, what else has these properties, and get something that's completely opposite. So that really, that's a fun thing to do, but I don't know that it really tells a story, Leo. I think it's more of a fun thing to do. But again, what can I say other than this for me? And that's all I'm arguing here. I'm not here. That's not why I'm here, is to kind of say, here's why the Bible's true and you should follow it. I'm just telling my story. And I'm saying, here's why what I believe and why I believe it. And I'm totally welcome to be challenged on that. And if that were I didn't think that was the idea, but that's fine. But, understand, I'm not trying to say this is the view and it's right, and I'm saying this is what I absolutely believe. And I was just kind of pointing out that I'm not saying I don't know what it means, but I do know that I can honestly say I've been very skeptical of all sorts of claims like this my entire life until the age of 33, and skeptical in practice, not just thinking back and saying, well, I was skeptical. I'm skeptical in practice. I could have fun sometimes. If you guys are interested in magic, the form of entertainment, I am, either arrogant or quite skilled at doing magic, magic tricks. And so they're fun, and they can.
You're a magician?
Yeah. Not like not even
professional, but
yeah, but I certainly have fun with it. And because of technology and other things, it makes magic much easier these days, and it's still quite brilliantly amazing. But I'm into that what interests me in magic is my skeptic's mind, because I love to see the ways in which we could manipulate reality, because that's what magic is. Now, it doesn't change the fabric of reality. In other words, you can't actually make something disappear, but it's fun for my mind. It's fun to say, how did they do that? Like, how did they make it appear as if the laws of nature were broken? You know, like.
Yeah, but hang on a second. Laws of nature according to who?
Well, I'm using the term generally.
You don't understand one teeny weeny little thing about life and the universe and everything. If we are who we are and we come from where we've been told we come from, then maybe things might make sense. But then you get people like, have you heard what an agnostic will say to you?
I can't say that I have one thing I know they would say. If you go ahead.
Well, you know, they'll be simply saying to you, okay, basically, who wrote all that stuff?
Who wrote all what stuff?
Like the Bible.
Oh,
it was originally, no, the original stuff was Abrahamic. Abraham came from where?
You tell me. I'm the student here. Go ahead.
No, you're not getting out of that easy. No. Have you actually read the scriptures?
Yeah, but I'm just listening.
The city of is that where it came from?
I missed that. Say that one again, please.
You are.
Yeah. The everything. Have you ever heard the old saying, everything that's old is new again?
I've heard something like that.
Right. So therefore, most of the scriptures and stuff that came from the Bible came from ancient times, back from the old Sumerians.
Okay.
And places like that. They were redone all the way through, and not one of it is an original text. Nothing in that Bible. And if that's the case, why are they listening to that rather than reality where it came from?
I would have to, and I just have to be honest with you, Zenith. I would have to do more research to be convinced of anything regarding what you're talking about. And I'm not disagreeing with it. I just don't know enough. I got to be honest. It's another,
that's fair enough.
And so maybe, but the problem is I'd still have a problem. I would still have a problem because it aligned with reality. And so I'm still left with the same problem. So it actually kind of makes the problem worse, because I'm saying for me personally, I'm not talking about Christianity on a global scale. I'm just talking about my personal reference. Okay. It's like, well, my experience is that the words of this book have proven true in my life and the way it's narrated. And I don't just, I mean, again, if you ever, I'd be happy to sit and talk about all the things I've experienced, and you could tell me why there's another way to interpret them. I'm fine with that. But I'm just saying, like, that if I were to find out tomorrow, and it was like it turns out the Bible was written by a guy named Brutus in 1922, I'd go, man, that's crazy that Brutus speaks to me through this Bible so well. Like it would. No, I'm not saying I would have no reaction. Like, well, I guess, but it would be interesting, right? Because then I'd at least have to go and say, man, I better investigate Brutus, like, because this is living out. It's playing out before me in this amazing drama I see of life, and it just fits. And you may not see that, and I accept that. But I'm not, I think sometimes because I'm a Christian, people think I'm here to, I want to talk about science and battle the science. I don't care about the science. Like, I love science. Like, I have no, I find the science just fascinating. Like, I mean, I just find it's incredible to me. I love mathematics, so I'm not claiming to be good at them. I am a technology lover. I was on the internet when it was just at the university level. Me and my friends would get on and pirate software. So I've been, and so, I'm going on it, and forgive me, but it just, so the problem is it's been real in my life. And we could say, well, that's no evidence of anything, and that's fine. That it may be none for you, but it's, for me, it is, because what else can I do with the information that it's been true in my life? I can't just because someone can give a great argument why I can't trust it, that's fine. And like, I could even go, well, that's a good argument, but the problem remains, it's true in my life. Like, it's panned out for me 100%. And that's all I'm saying here. And it answered some profound questions for me, because for me, that was just an interesting question. Like I talked about a little, is which is it? Is it the individual or the group, when talking about morality? And that's a tough question. And but it seems to me, and you may not agree with the biblical answer, but it makes sense to me. And I'm not saying it has to make sense to you, but I'm saying that the good would lay down its life.
Yeah, but hang on a minute. He didn't. That's the point. He believed in slavery. He killed kids. He murdered. He done many, many things. Played jokes on people. Hey, you got to kill this one? Yeah, hang on a minute. Not yet. I haven't told you yet. He's trying to convince people of virgin birth. I mean, do you think that would work today? Are you married?
I'm married, and I think people are just as gullible today, although we have a much better way of spreading good information, but we've all seen what comes with that is just a quicker spread of bad information as well. I mean,
yeah, well,
there's no reason to believe
there, because right. I'm gonna say, I'll show you where you may have a little bit of hatred in your heart. Now you got all the gays, you got all the trans, you got all the woke people in this world. Where the hell did all that come from?
Well, it's actually not something I have investigated greatly, the idea of where did it come from, because I don't look at a person and go, where did you come from? That's not my heart.
I'm not talking about the person.
Okay.
I'm talking about the ideas of it. Where did that start? Where did that come from? And again, word of mouth. That started nowhere. That was just
James, I'm going to take off. It's 2 in the morning. Thanks for having me.
Hey, Leo, first, really quickly, let me...
Thanks, Leo.
Let me thank you and ask for your forgiveness. I hope I wasn't rude, or forgive me.
No, I don't think you were rude at all.
I think you're just brilliant, and I'm not saying that to flatter you, but I just got to be honest. Half the words you say are just.
He kind of is, yeah.
And so forgive me my ignorance. I really wasn't trying to make an argument. I sincerely just didn't get where we were going with the inquiry, and forgive me if I assumed improperly that any motive. And I seriously forgive me, because that's not who I want to be.
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter. Like James and Leo and me, we don't want to harm or hurt anybody in any way, shape, or form. Okay? But what I think is really believable is that we don't need a book to tell us.
Well, we have to get information somewhere. And so, a book historically has been a good medium. And I'm not, again, yeah, I mean, would I rather have a video of God? Maybe, I don't know. I haven't experienced that. I can't directly compare it. But like, so again, I'm just speaking from my experience, and I'm conceding that may not be worth much, right? Because everyone can give you an experience of something, but I just have to be genuine. Say, here was my experience, and man, it's certainly not just me, and there's something to it, and it could be total delusion. Maybe Dawkins is brilliant, and I mean, he's brilliant, but I mean, maybe when he said that God is a delusion, fine, I don't know, but that's just not my experience, and I have to stay true to that, right? I can't abandon.
Yeah, unfortunately, I listen to Hitchinson as well.
Yeah, I know Hitchens, and again, I'm not. I find them. It's interesting to me, because I don't think anyone would sincerely debate this, that you find brilliance on both sides. Like, man, Hitchens is brilliant, but I've heard John Lennox. I think that guy's brilliant. I've heard apologists on both sides, and my response is generally not this side made a good argument, this side made a bad argument. It's actually generally both sides made a pretty good argument. Like, I don't listen. And again, you can totally disagree. But I don't listen to John Lennox and Christopher Hitchens go, well, I agree with Lennox. He's smart. I don't with Hitchens. He's an idiot. I go, man, these guys both really have compelling reasons to believe what they believe. They're not just willy-nilly. Neither of them. They're not like, we haven't given this much thought, but we're going with God. And Hitchens isn't like, well, I haven't considered it before, but I'm going to debate why I don't think God is a real reality or whatever it may be. They've really thought about it. And so,
but the two of them, it wasn't just simply religion. It was the people. If religion didn't exist, look at it this way. If it didn't exist, would you then have an argument? Or would you just be going on your gut feeling and how you felt inside to do anything?
I don't know. I think that's kind of an impossible question in a sense, because I can't imagine a world in which religion doesn't exist, because no such world I've been in has existed. Like, I've only lived in a world where religion exists. And we can't, we can make the hypothesis, because I've heard it before, that the world would be a better place without religion. And I don't know, right? It's been tested on some small scale, some places, and some places it's seemed to have some success, and other places it's been a dramatic failure, right? I mean, both are true, and we don't really know. But what we do know, and this seems to be the biblical story, is that people are going to be evil no matter what. Like, religion didn't stop them. We all agree there. It's like it didn't seem to stop evil, but we can't say, well, non-religion stopped evil. As far as, again, what is evil?
Exactly what I'm talking about.
Uh-huh.
I think if this God is blah, whatever you want to say, nice, good, whatever, he's the one that introduced and put into play evil on this earth. And if that's the case, he's got a very, very sick sense of humor and should not be listened to.
Well, I think I certainly can sympathize, because you and I both hate evil, it seems like. Like, we would agree there. And I find that wonderfully, I shouldn't use that word. I find that great. I like
You'll
it.
never use that word the right
way. I like
the same way again.
And so, and I think there's something to that, Zenith. I think there's something to that. The fact that we both don't like evil, so much so we hate it so much that we would go, God, how can you be good when there's evil? Why? Because I know evil when I see it, and it's evil, and how could you allow it? And that actually speaks some religion to me, because, man, you and I get it, and I don't even know where you live. I don't need to know, but and we both get it. And I'm looking at you on a video, and you're hearing my voice, and you and I both know I get it. When I say evil, we get it. And so I think the problem of evil exists. And if you want to spend some time, I'd be happy to spend time with you, Zenith, talking about my thoughts on it, because I have thoughts about it. And certainly I'd go to the Bible, because I'm a Christian, and say, here's where I'm getting these thoughts. And you could say, that's not the thoughts I'd get. And that's fine. Like,
I was once, I was a deacon in the church.
Cool. I'd love to hear
I almost became a minister.
Really?
Right.
Here's what's funny. This is, man, I'm about to get in trouble here. Some people are going to hate me maybe, but this is no joke. So I was way back while I was still an atheist. I was ordained, quote unquote, with it was like Universal Life Church or something like that. I don't remember the name of it, but it was early on. And what's funny is I think we were watching episodes of remember this TV show Friends? Are you familiar with that? I think I was watching an episode of Friends.
My daughter loves that show.
And on it, this guy Joey, he gets ordained online. And so I'm like, dude, you could do that? So this is no joke. So I got ordained online, and then I went on eBay and
I think you told me this.
Yeah, and sold marriage certificates, gay marriage certificates, because at the time, this was a time before it started to be legalized, right? And so
I could never have done that.
Yeah, and so I wasn't trying, and it wasn't, I mean, I'm like, this is a good thing, and so, I've lost my own train of thought, but I think when it comes to, because I think we were maybe talking a little about those ideas in that community, and right now, our experience at church, and it's vulnerable for me because I've tried to stay from getting too personal because I'm a fallible human, but
No such thing. Don't say that.
Well,
That's
where I think
where
you'd find
differ.
it quite different, and not in the ways maybe you would even assume to be different. I'll say one thing: we're literally open 24 hours a day. We're a church. Our church, so people can come in, and the reason why is because when the police department, they may have an addict who's out on the street, and we've decided hey, this isn't a good person to arrest. This person can really use some help. And so we're open 24 hours. So they have an option. Instead of taking them in, they can drop them off. And there's always food there. And there's always people there who will have fun with you, like play cards. They play cards.
Hang on, brother. Can I just say something?
Yeah.
Hey, James, can I speak to you for a second?
Yes.
Why does this bloke Darth always want to come online and he doesn't shut up and he's always swearing?
His name is Bubblegum Gun. He's a troll. He comes on and rails the stream, and just we'll bring him back on another time. I just can't deal with him tonight.
No, have you heard Darth, brother? I mean,
I have not, but I think James is showing me a little kindness because he knows I'm a sensitive person. So, but
I mean,
sensitive.
Chris, you have to for a lot of the atheists, it's so rare that a Christian will actually come on and want to engage and talk and be willing to defend their position. So they kind of like jump at the opportunity because so many of them, just won't engage with us, or they'll immediately run away. But
well, again, I've shared with you before, James. I mean, because I believe what I believe, I'm stuck in this reality where I'm convinced the number one. If my mission is to say, hey, I want you to join me in loving Jesus, right? We get that. There's no right. I mean, no one's surprised by me saying that. That's right. That and so, but I also
turn a light on.
I also believe Jesus when he says the best way really I can do that is by loving people. Like if you want to impact someone and draw them to God, right? His solution, not that we're not supposed to, his solution isn't argue them there. It's not slay the infidels where you find them. At least not my worldview. It is love them. And that maybe, man, just maybe they'll say, there's something about these people who just love me. And it's so clear their love that there's got to be something to that. And they'll investigate it. And when I say, hey, it's God, they'll look into it. And, and again, it's my belief. I'm not saying you have to agree. And I'm not saying it's a scientific position, though I do think it's interesting, close to a hypothesis, because there's a sense in which it's testable, right? It's like seek God sincerely and you'll find him. And so all I can do is love people and get them to go, hey, you know what? I love this guy and I can tell he loves me. And so I'm going to trust him. And so even though he may be talking things that I disagree with and I don't understand the science, he's pretty much saying that he believes this God and he believes this God could be there for me. And I trust him. And so therefore he may be a fool, but I'm willing to give it a shot because this guy seems genuine. And so, again, sorry for going off, but that's my hope.
No, I think you're genuine in your beliefs. I really believe that you believe what you're saying. We deal with people who don't, but I wouldn't put you in that category.
Yeah, and again, you it's just true across the board because I actually am confident there have been times where you may have had someone who actually kind of shares your worldview, but they just went about it in a horrible way, right? They attack people's dignity. They attack people's identity, like things we would hate, right? Like, hey, listen, you respect my identity, but they attack.
I mean, I'm not a perfect atheist.
That's on both sides.
I'm flawed. I've made bad arguments before. There probably still are some of the arguments I make that aren't most people or some people wouldn't think of as good or great. But that's just the way it is. We're all fallible. We're all illogical in our own way. We all, I think most of us anyway, hold beliefs that are maybe not 100% logical, but they seem to make sense to us in a way.
Well, it's funny because to me,
I have a go at this. As I said, I nearly became a minister. Now I saw the little people to the side, and they started asking me questions. and I couldn't answer them. The Bible didn't answer them. The so-called priest or minister or whatever I was hanging around with at the time, they just told me. Now, this is what annoyed me. They turned around to me and they said the Bible is not to be questioned. Okay? Now, all right, that's fair enough. You don't want that. I said, but it's not my question. It's the kids.
Yeah.
The kids, one of the questions was, if Jesus was never married, never had children, how can he talk about raising children and family?
Well, understand.
Obviously, if he was God,
yeah, and the Christian claim he's God. So
he has all knowledge.
What's interesting is remember,
nowhere in the Bible does it say that Jesus is God.
Well, that's a theological debate.
It doesn't. You could say it doesn't explicitly, but I would say it does because
Where does it say it?
Well, hold on. Yeah, let me ask you a question. Is it clear?
That's a long theological discussion.
It's not. For me, it's actually not.
Well,
I think there's.
Did you go over all the issues of it?
Well, I think the important question is, at least according to the biblical account, did the Pharisees, the people who killed Jesus, did they think he was claiming to be God? They did. That's why they killed him. So even if we don't think he was claiming to be God, clearly they did.
Hang on. If Jesus is God, how come they were able to kill him?
Well, they he rose again.
The logos.
No, I don't care. I don't believe.
He was both fully man and fully God. So they would say that the man part of him was able to die, but not the God part.
Well, I have trouble with that one too.
Well, yeah.
I'm not saying I agree. I believe it, but I used to be a Christian, so I know what I would say if I were still a Christian to get around their
and understand the picture. Of course, I want to make it clear. I believe this literally, but understand the picture is that picture of man dying, right? That's the idea. Is he's dying for man, and so he takes on the death of humanity. That's the story, right?
Okay,
we were set to die, and he takes on our death.
Is man more wicked and evil now, or than he was 2,000 years ago?
I don't know. I don't know because I wasn't there 2,000 years ago. But I think people were. I think we can both agree people were evil then, and they're evil now, and they're also good then and good now.
I'm not disagreeing with that.
Yeah.
I'm talking about how things are.
Yeah.
Did they have world wars? No. Did they have nuclear things then? No. Did they have these diseases, viruses going around the world killing people? No. We do now.
Yeah,
they're ingenious ways
they
to
did
get
have their
rid of
problems.
Yeah, and they were brutes, man. It was technology. We forget how much technology has blessed us because most of us grew up with quite a bit of it. And listen, they may not have had as many as global of wars, but they were warring all the time. I mean, if you've read the Bible, you know that there was, my goodness, there was constant besieging and all that stuff.
Wars back in that time, though, it was like killer. They were kill or be killed. Like
they didn't even have air
conditioning. The entire population would either be killed or sold into slavery.
I mean, people died of all sorts of things you don't die of today, and all that. So there's kind of a balance there, maybe.
Women and children taken as spoils of war.
But certainly, listen, we know the reason AI is a risk is not because AI is inherently evil, because AI is. I mean, it's that we understand that humans can be evil, and that humans are the ones behind its development, and so there's the potential for a problem. And it's such a great potential that you have the great minds behind AI quite concerned. And so it seems to me that just in our DNA, and I'm just using the word loosely because I think we know what I mean. I'm not necessarily like in the DNA. In our DNA, we recognize this problem. And I think, to me, you can totally disagree. You can totally, absolutely have a different view. But when I read the pages of the Bible, and to me, it makes sense. And to me, it's like, man, this is what I see happening everywhere. And I'm not talking about end time revelation. I don't spend a lot of time there because most of it's quite beyond me. But I'm talking about literally playing out before me every day in my personal experience throughout life. I mean, listen, I mean, again, we could strip away the word fine. I'm okay with that. But you can't tell me that I don't have the ability to do evil. And someone can look at me and say, well, that's the difference between you and me. You need your Bible to be good, and I don't. And it's like, well, I don't care what worldview you have. You have something to keep you good.
Well, we claim that. Like, I don't think even most of the Christians who say, like, yeah, if it weren't for God, I would go out and kill and rape and steal. I don't think 99% of them would do that.
No, that goes against their worldview, actually.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about with the morality.
Most people are not psychopaths. Most people have a moral compass, a desire to restrain themselves, at least most of the time. So I don't think most of them would do that. But I mean, maybe there are a few who would, and if that's the case, then yeah, keep believing.
But you could certainly see something, and that's that if let's say we strip the world of all laws. Certainly the tyrants would rise and fight. Like, you may fight back and win, I don't know, but there'd be nothing to restrain them.
It would be might would make right.
And so the law doesn't restrain you, maybe because you're good and maybe I'm good, but the law restrains many, and that's the problem with the law, right? That's the, again, going back to this because I work within it, I don't work on it, but with AI, the challenge is, listen, if we say, hey, we need to slow this down because we see an imminent danger. Well, can we trust the tyrant to slow it down? Or is it actually just creating a greater problem because the good guys are the one who follows the rule? I mean, that's obvious. And so the good guys obey the rules, but the bad guys don't need to obey the rules.
Yeah, but hang on a minute. They don't all, the rules can be said good, bad, but what you get is the curious. What you got there is the people that go, now what happens if we do this? And what happens if we do that? That can set off an AI. But that doesn't make them good or evil. It made them curious.
Well, sure. Curiosity is a great drive. Again, as a Christian, I believe, I believe there's an image of God, right? Creation in me. And so I think a lot of that is expressed through creativity because, I find animals fascinating and they're just incredible. I mean, and it's incredible things they can do. And it appears sometimes we can underestimate their intellect. But there also can be creative beings. But man, if you don't see that humans stand out in terms of creativity, yes, we have thumbs, opposable thumbs, but man, there's a clear difference. It's just not something that really should be sensibly debated. I mean, human being.
Dad's in chat real quick. He said something that the law doesn't stop people from doing things; it punishes them afterwards. Well, but I think the meaning of that is that it has a deterrent effect that some people want to avoid whatever punishment or penalties there could be. So maybe there are people who would do these things but don't.
Certainly, that's like saying if I changed it today and said, you know what, murder, you don't go to jail, it costs you $10. There are a lot of husbands and wives dropping dead overnight. You know what I know, it's going to happen, right? We know, come on.
Like if the purge was real, like if there was a day where you could do whatever you want, yeah.
Otherwise, the movie doesn't exist, but we all know it's in the realm of, it's on our minds, okay? It's a fictional movie, but we inherently know this. We really do. And so again, for me, the biblical story makes sense. I'm not saying it has to for everyone. And so again, all the way back to the point, because I'm a rambler, and forgive me, both James.
Well, this is Skeptic and Ranting, so you're in the right
place. You're not actually rambling. I'm just look. I'll tell you something. I can tell you exactly when I turned.
Mm-hmm.
I had a massive accident years ago. Okay, and under surgery, I died 3 times. I died. I actually got a death certificate somewhere, wherever I put that. I actually got a death certificate on the 3rd time. I woke up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, these people who had these near-death experiences, they talk about lights, they talk about seeing this, they're saying about this, I actually saw people, yes, but they were people. and I actually saw buildings, and they were actual buildings. I actually spoke to most of them, and not one of them, not one, even knew what a god was. Okay? All I knew was on that last one, I said, you want to stay here, don't you? And I went, well, wherever I am, may as well. I'm stuck. No, I got thrown back. Now, from the time that happened to the time I woke up was 3 days. I ended up in a coma.
Oh,
so 3 or 4 days before I woke up. But when I wasn't even like this then. I'm a totally different man than I was back in 2015.
Why'd they write a death certificate? They didn't think you were going to come back from your coma? They were going to pull the plug on you? Or
I have no idea. I didn't have the, pardon the expression, okay. I didn't have the balls to ask.
Okay.
But admit it, James, having a death certificate is like awesome.
That is pretty
that's
pretty
cool. How many people could be like, hey, by the way, look, this is my death certificate? I mean, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, something like that. And oh, well, there you go. All I know.
I get that is like after you've had like a major medical thing like me, the doctors are so vague, like what they want to tell you, like the information that they give you. It's kind of like their trade craft. They don't tell you a whole lot. But
anyway.
Well,
all I know is like at that time I got a broken neck, right? And during that time that I was on it, I had 3 strokes.
Wow.
Yeah. And how I can even
it's a regular Wednesday for Ken Hoven, but
oh my God, Ken
Let me say, Zenith, and I mean this.
He's a fuckwit.
I mean this sincerely. I'm really glad you made it because it's a total privilege to meet you. Like, honestly, from a purely selfish perspective, had you died, I don't get to talk to you tonight. I don't get to meet you. And you're enjoyable. You
might be bubblegum gun instead. So.
Yeah, you have a very friendly disposition, and you totally seem like someone who'd be cool to get to know. So I'm really thankful that those strokes didn't end you. Because man,
they changed me.
They changed you, but hey,
I done that.
You're still here to talk to me. So sense from a selfish perspective, right? So who knows? The old you before you had the strokes may have been a total jerk. Maybe I wouldn't have liked you. But
no, I think he was there at the time anyway. But when I came out, I still don't believe I'm married.
Really?
I've only got my daughter. I've only got my daughter to go, that's your wife.
Wow.
So that's like
50 first dates.
He comes on here. Beamsy, the gentleman, the doctor. He's a doctor of geology, but he was injured in the war for the Australian Navy, and he has very few memories from what happened from before that. He's basically before that is almost a complete blank to him.
Yeah, you know that place that you just mentioned.
Australia.
Now you know where I'm from.
Yeah, we actually have a lot of viewers down there. I figured that's probably where you were from, but you never want to assume.
What?
You never want to assume because you never know. But that makes sense.
Yeah.
But,
well, I could talk like that, and then you're going to have no idea where I was from, would you?
No. Could be Irish. Could be.
I could be
English. Scottish even.
Yeah, I could be anything, but no, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Zenith is, I believe he is an atheist. Yeah.
Who, me?
Yeah, you an atheist?
Again, I can't find a proper definition for that word.
I would define it as someone who does not believe in God. So if you do not believe in a deity, I would consider you to be an atheist.
Okay. Yeah. Well, as I'm going to put it to you this way, I don't believe in a God. That's something that man gave that word. I don't believe in a single being known as God as absolute. No.
Maybe you're deist or pantheist.
Well, that sounds like a disease. No, but I'm not.
Basically, yeah, almost.
Don't feel bad. He has atheism. So if you're pantheism, what are the other isms?
Well, put it this way. I know that this is going to sound ridiculous. Okay?
Try me.
Now,
we've heard some pretty ridiculous shit on here, so.
Yeah, well, this gets about 3 nights back. I went to bed, as you know, as I did, and went to sleep, as you do. I woke up in the morning and said, "Thank you, God, for waking me up." I looked around and I said, "Who the hell said that?" You know, see, that's what I mean. Now, where did I get that from?
I don't know. I would. My suggestion to you, honestly, would be explore it for yourself. You know, because I could, on either side of this thing. I just, for me, I got to be honest. I'm not saying I got to be honest with this. It's like, well, maybe it was God. Right, because that's what I would believe. That I would have no problem believing that because of my beliefs, and maybe it was a psychological something that a chemical trigger just happened in your brain, and that fine, whatever. I don't know what happened to you.
I think it's just
no, that was right. But it was right.
Sure, whatever it is.
I had a piss, I had a crap, and I felt better.
So yeah, so James could think one thing, I could think another, and certainly we could get to the saying that one of us is right and one of us wrong, or both of us are wrong.
Well, yeah, but we could all be wrong, and then be something totally different. You know.
Yep. And so the important thing is that we investigate.
It's something that you both would have maybe experienced. Have you ever walked down the street anywhere? Pick a street because they're all over the place, and you've had a sudden shiver up your spine, like something just walked through you?
Have I ever had something walk through me?
No. Have you had like a sudden shiver
had a
up
chill?
your spine? Yeah.
We all get that but once in a while, but
once in a while, right? Now, excuse me. Those aren't ghosts. This is part of what I got told and got shown. Everybody's on the same plane, but on a different. Okay, like a 4G to 5G. Your phone still work on 4G, perfectly good. If not, go to 5G. Go 5G, fine. But they all work. And these people are walking around at the same time as we are. They are just on a different circuit. Explain that one.
Talking about interdimensional beings, I guess that's possible. I mean,
well,
I'm open to it. It's hard to say.
It's kind of like, remember, I think it was Carl Sagan. I don't know remember the old flat Earth? And so it's like the idea of how 3-dimensional space interacts with 2-dimensional space or something like that. And, to me, that's quite a fascinating viewpoint. And it sounds kind of like what you're saying, like is how do you ever bridge that gap? Because the 2-dimensional beings have limitations themselves that the 3-dimensional being doesn't have. And so you're actually, in a way, you're limited to the scope of the 2-dimensional beings, where you and yourself, like the 3-dimensional being isn't limited, but it is by the fact that the 2-dimensional being is limited. And so, again, I don't know, because with your analogy of someone passing through you, I just remember kind of a funny thing where it showed how then the 3-dimensional being could be in the middle of the two, or, whatever. But on a simple answer to your question, maybe is I've never in my life mistaken a chill or anything of that nature to be something of supernatural experience. At least not that I can remember.
I never said supernatural.
Or other dimensional.
Metaphysical.
Yeah, metaphysical. I mean, could it be? I don't know. I mean, because one thing I do believe, and I think this is important, at least enough to share, is everything, we live in a physical world, and so everything needs to manifest physically. And so, so in other words, like love can be witnessed to some degree through chemical processes in the brain. Now, I wouldn't suggest, to me, and again, this is fine to argue, but I wouldn't suggest that those chemical processes in the brain are love. But I would suggest they're the physical representation, the way we can physically view love to whatever degree we can, the release of oxytocin and whatever, I don't know, whatever it is, and so I don't know if that's helpful, but I think that's important to understand because, I've
heard that before.
Well, it just seems. I mean, there's some degree, James, where it kind of seems obvious, right? Of course, it'd have to be that way. We live in a physical world. How do you get around it?
I've heard from one person who said they used to be an atheist, but they thought one day they were thinking like, is the love that I have for my spouse and my child, is that just chemicals fizzing in my brain? Is that all that really is? And she said, I couldn't bring myself to accept that, so I became a Christian. And I would say, yes, unfortunately, as cold as that sounds, I do believe that's all it really is, just chemicals in your brain. They're very powerful. They can create these amazing, wonderful feelings that are almost hard to put into words. But
in a sense,
they're still in the physical world.
In a sense, though, we of course then don't really have love, because if there's no me controlling the release of those chemicals, I'm just subjected to them, right? So the fact that those chemicals released for my wife versus the lady down the street are meaningless. So in that truest sense,
you don't have free will. So I would say no, you don't have free will to make those choices.
So love is
love.
So love ultimately is just the physical experience of chemicals releasing. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm making sure I understand, because to me that just, and again, that may very well be. It certainly does not really line up with my experience. Like, love
is a four-letter word. Love is a four-letter word.
It sure is.
It certainly seems like it's a lot more, and I can see why people would come to the conclusion it must be, but I just...
I think, again, I'm not saying when we investigate it deeply, but I'm saying certainly at the surface, we can say it doesn't just seem to be. It really seems apparent. Like, no one would walk around. I don't think generally the consensus, if we didn't study it and find otherwise, and I don't know if we did or didn't, I would have trouble with it, but maybe we did. But I don't think our general thought would be, well, this love thing really isn't anything. I think the overwhelming assumption would be, this is something. Like, there's something to this that isn't just chemicals accidentally firing in my brain. I don't think you'd naturally get there. Like that, you would go, oh, this is chemicals firing in my brain. And someone else go, hey, no, maybe it's love, and again, I understand the nuances in the words here.
All right.
Leo be killing me.
Look at it this way. When you go to bed at night and you start dreaming of another woman, are you happy to look at the wife?
I'm being honest, and I'm not trying to sound pious or religious or whatever it is, but that really doesn't happen to me. But
it's never happened to you.
No, not really, not the way you're expressing. But let me say this: my wife is certainly not the first woman, unfortunately, I'd say. But I certainly had people who, before my wife, I had intimate relationships with, sexual relationships with,
and that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm trying to say.
What's what you're saying?
Hit it on the head. So, therefore, is that an urge or is it a chemical reaction?
Well,
now, if love is a chemical reaction, you also get an urge. And that urge is to do the same thing.
It's a biological urge. But...
biologically, whichever word you want to put there. But then, when you have kids, when your kids leave the nest, that urge and that chemical seems to subside a big bleh. Prove me wrong on that one.
I don't. I'm not quite sure how to interpret that, but I'll say this: like there certainly is something that happens that almost has no mechanism, as far as I can tell. Right? Like, let me just, for ease of myself, use Christian words because it makes it easy for me. Because I've been indoctrinated so long, we'll say, even though it was.
That's cheating. Don't use Bible words. Use your own.
So I can look at someone and get this feeling, I'll use the word lust or desire, and I desire them. And I believe in my worldview that I am actually not subject to that desire, meaning it controls me. I actually believe in my worldview that I can subjugate that desire to my will or to God's will, let's say. Like, so I would believe that. So I would believe that I actually have an accountability of, again, I know these are words that are not fun and friendly. Okay? Above, I'm just using the simplest word I can. That I have this thing above that I can actually control my response. And it's not just another chemical fires and controls the response. And so the whole thing is just literally me walking around with chemicals firing and nothing is truly happening. And again, I'm being careless with my words because I don't want to, you know, I've been more than allotted a fair amount of time here to share my words, and I appreciate the grace I've been shown. But
well, look, don't worry about that because you're not full of shit. That's why you're not being put down.
I hope not, because I try to investigate my motives honestly. Yeah. I really do. So,
but that's exactly what I'm saying. If you were talking through your ass like this Darth bloke does, right?
That what?
If you were talking like this Darth bloke does, right?
Okay.
I wouldn't be speaking like this.
Yeah.
I guarantee you I wouldn't be. Do you know what I mean?
I appreciate that. He certainly,
I take humans. Oh, I shouldn't use that word, but anyway, I take people as they come.
Uh-huh.
How can I say that? Like James is nice to me. You're being nice to me, so I'm nice to you.
Yeah.
Do you follow what I mean?
I do. And I don't know Darth, but in my experience, sometimes people who are, let's say, call them trolls, and man, they're miserable, hurting people. Like I don't mean that as a put down, but I mean, like, it's easy to look at the troll and be like, what a loser, or what a, intruder, or however. And certainly, by the way, James is using quite a bit of wisdom in keeping them off because, I think he's practicing keeping quality out there, which is important. And so,
well done, James.
Yeah. But again, but I think Darth, and looking at kind of what he's saying in here, is this, again, I'm not trying to put him down, but it seems like this poor guy's just looking for someone to give him a reaction. Like, and man,
that's the point.
I'm not joking when I say I've probably in my life had times where I was so low, where it would have felt good just to get a rise out of someone, like that's the bully, right?
I mean, we all have that.
Yeah.
To a certain degree.
And so I think James is showing them great grace and courtesy, because the biggest problem is he gets on a show like this and he just makes a fool of himself. And again, I'm not saying that to put him down. I'm saying, so in a way, James is actually doing him quite a kindness in not letting him get out here and do something we don't know we're going to regret something until we regret it most of the time.
Oh boy.
And so he's actually protecting Darth or Bubblegum from doing something he might actually later regret. And
but I don't think he does.
Well, I don't know.
Think he has a sense of shame, but
maybe not. But
maybe at some point in his life he'll look back and say, "Okay."
A lot of people, people wear, and understand I'm using the term as a analogy or metaphor or whatever you want to call it, but people wear masks, and when you're online, it's really easy to wear them, and it's easy to play a character. And I'm not saying he is; he may just be a reprehensible person, but he also might be someone who just, it's kind of like this is his way he can vent, is by becoming an actor on the stage of a YouTube show, and so he's really just playing out an act, and very, very little of it's truly who he is. And so that can be distracting and disruptive, and I still think it's something he could eventually regret. But either way, I appreciate James for not letting him on.
One of these days, the crayons are going to run out, and then what's he going to be munching on?
Yeah, and I'm being real honest here, because I'd say if otherwise, but I've never been treated poorly on this show, and a lot of times we agree just because I have a skeptic background, but certainly there are times we disagree. Tonight, maybe some of it was times we disagree. I've never been treated with anything but complete respect, and I've told them before, and it's like these these are my friends, and as much as some of my Facebook friends, at least, right, who I know some very dearly, and others I just, we met once and we became Facebook friends. So at least certainly in that level, if not beyond. But
you might be able to look me up on Facebook as well. But
in the private chat, if you want to send it to me, do it. I wouldn't suggest you put it out here just because I don't know.
Yeah, that might be a.
But we're in that private chat.
I don't even know how to do. Unfortunately, I don't even know how to do that.
Okay. Well,
if you look to the right, the shit says private chat.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'd be happy to be your Facebook friend.
That's just going to be visible to us. So.
Oh, okay. So,
and plus,
I'll put what I put up in the name you can look under to get me on.
Sure. Yeah, you can put it up there, and it'll give James too an opportunity maybe to wrap up, because I'd imagine he's tired, and everyone's got to be pretty.
We are hearing about that. Yeah.
So that way, send it over to me, and even get your.
How do I send it to you?
Just in that private chat, if you just type in your name, and then kind of where you live. Don't give me your address, but just tell me kind of the city and state, I think, is what I'll need. And I'll send you mine as well. I have no problem with anyone here in private having it. And my last name is not as common, so it might be easier to find. So I'll put that in as well, and ask that as I trust you, James, but I'll ask that you and James and everyone who has access to it respect my privacy.
Not dox you, yes.
Okay. Oh.
Your name is Klaus? Oh, look what I did. My goodness, I'm the worst. I can't believe I just
not quite. You didn't get that right.
I got excited.
You got what?
I got excited because that's a really cool name. And then look what I did.
It is pretty cool.
So, but yeah, we'll connect.
Did you get it, James?
What?
Did you get it?
I see it. Yeah.
He sees it.
Yeah, we see it.
He meets us here, so.
Yeah.
Well, if you look down at the bottom, those are the Patreons and channel members that
down the bottom of what?
Their support.
Oh, okay.
The bottom of the screen, the name scrolling across, those are Patreon members and everything. It's been a fun show. Amy went to bed a little early, but we had some good talks afterwards.
Yeah.
I'm not going to go through her whole thing, but
yeah. Well, I forgot using them. You're in America, are you?
We are in America, yeah.
Yeah. See, here it's not even 6 o'clock at night yet.
It is about to be 4 a.m.
Whoa! I knew that.
We typically do go late, but yeah. Thanks, guys. We'll probably be back later in the week, maybe Thursday, maybe Wednesday. So stay tuned for that. And
yeah.
And your privilege. Thank you, Zenith.
Hopefully we'll see you then.
Yep. Goodbye. Good night.
Okay. Bye, guys.